Actually up now, yay. Get that going and then get the game running and then go see water. Here. Very late. It's not very late, just very late. It's very late to be over now. AM's very sick. I need to restart. Oh, interesting. An auto updated. Huh. Okay. We got things. Oh, we got new menu music. Let's go and make sure it's properly thing, but I need to restart to let mods update and things. Because, you know, the new deal's here at least. I wonder where that stuff is going to pop up. Am I even late enough in the story for it? I might be. I think I'm also going to have other spots I'm going to want to hit up. Where the fuck was I? I think I'm caught up on catching up from my absence. In Kimura. 'Cause, 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 'cause You can enable and install DLC in your current playthrough by opening the DLC section in the in-game menu after loading your save. Okay, turn it on. And then it reloads. Hello, viewer. How do? Apologies for being late. But it's very, very hard to get out of bed. Why do I have... Oh, I think that... Oh yeah, I got the fancy helmet from all of my shenanigans. Let's see. Holy Prey, it's heretical. Heretical, gracious priests needs praising the muses. Here for sloth. Dragonis is currently making praising the muses, and nowhere else has anything that isn't heretical. Cool. And Pyramids of Death. Both of those are asking me to spend profit factor. So the Curiosity Merchant, a mentioned explorer to priest she had known but lost contact with, who obtained a cyber beast equipped with an unusual protocol. Perhaps things can happen. Anyway, so we got thing... Oh, wow, I am... yes, we need to go to the Astropathic Chapel to interface with Cabela. We need to hit Footfall for a couple of things. We need to go to Quetzaltemur to save some Eldar for our space elf. I don't want to say waifu, but she's cute. True waifu is our navigator. Fishwife. Don't think I have anything pending. Field retraining! Let's use immediately receive the experience points. It will be used once and will disappear when you return to your woodship. Huh. Piercing resolution. Does appear as though my ability bar has gotten changed up a little. Flame, firestorm. Frankly, I should probably shift it around a bit. Some above stone there, revel and slaughter. So I can get... So we got Ignite, and then Better Ignite. Half the fire damage of all the burning creatures on the side at the top here. Molten Bimu, Firestorm, and Inflame. Redistribute experience points, huh? Ah, Ferrum Sanctum. Oh yeah, because there's new slots. This. I'll probably learn how to use those when I get out there and start touching stuff. Actually, I might be able to do it from here. No, that's Captain's quarters. Although there might be something. Yeah. There's our trophy from our time in Komora. A couple of them, actually. There's Maeve. Let's see, would you care for a cup of freshly brewed recaf, my celestial lord? I'll have a froth recaf, extra sweet. Tender sweetness, plus agility. The cane spice sweetens it, and the whipped synth milk gives it a special airy softness. A sip of bliss on even the gloomiest of days. And there's her statue. And there we are. Tiny little worm. Oh. Guessing that'll be from our time on Kavagama. All kinds of things. Touch up the vault. Save. Nope. Cool. Bottom of Lancius ancestry records, and it's people who committed earlier, whatever. I don't know how far I can change my appearance. Anyway. Oh, my body's so heavy. It's up. Turn your thoughts to the god emperor. A little bit of tender sweetness. Divine support. Captain's quarters, the freight line, the void ship shrine, and the astropathic ship. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna pop out and start exploring. I haven't done that in a little bit. Considering I've been caught up in Gamora or dealing with things with dynasty management. So much dynasty management over the last little bit. Besides, I want to get some stuff. Some more colony development done. Alright, so we got Pidus Mortis. Apparently there's something in over there. Can I touch the Charter's vessel again? Let's see, unidentified anomaly up in Narmer. Yeah, it's all swing down to the nameless star. Lindgren's belt has something for me, apparently. I am terribly low on Promethium, so I could head over to Silence of Merget. So much to look at. Let's go poke at that unidentified anomaly. My apologies, Lord Captain, but I have been delivered an urgent report. Cargo Bay 73G has received some unusual cargo, if one could call it that. The crew considered disposing of it, but did not dare to do so without your direct order. Cargo itself is weaponry, intricate blades made of bones and living flesh. These weapons, they keep repeating your name, Lord Captain, and claim in their moans that you have saved them from Gamora. Next to them, the crew found a strange horned mask of Xenos origins. Oh... that motherfucker. Was there a Xenos in fleshy clothes speaking in rhymes by any chance? They just falls quiet for a moment, either processing what she just heard or is making inquiries through other Vox channels. No, your lordship. And I doubt that such a conspicuous character could be slipped by unnoticed. I will inform you if the crew's reports seeing anyone like that. The damn Xenos deceived me. Throw this cargo at airlock. Put those bastards out of their misery. Anyway, your lordship, I beg your pardon, but this cannot wait. Drives Master Zira Talar entreats you to visit the Sector Bionica at your earliest convenience. The ancient Archaeotech, the sacred implantation throne, is at risk of being lost forever. The relic is unique and as old as the ship itself. It was damaged during the Trader Votvir's mutiny. Despite the tech priest's ceaseless prayers, its machine spirits continue to fade. It may soon be irretrievably lost. I shall descend to the Sector Bionica immediately. He sighs in relief. I humbly await your arrival. The implantation throne is majestic in its antiquity. The metal bench, surrounded by countless injectors, manipulators, and vid screens, leaves no doubt as to its purpose. The very nature of this machine is designed to transform living bodies by fusing them with blessed iron. Even to the naked eye, it's clear the machine is ailing, grievously so. The manipulator's segmented tubes hang limply, bleeding unguent, while the dusty lumens are only dimly illuminated. As the tech priests try to revive the relic, each swing of their sensors is like pendulum ticking down the moments into the throne's untimely demise. Your lordship, thank you for gracing the Sector Bionica with your presence. You are already acquainted with Drives Master Zira Talar. It is she who has been tending to the ancient relic. She is here to convey the wretchedness of our present position. The tech priest slowly extends her mechadendrites, twisting them in an intricate gesture of greeting. Lord Captain, the blessed machine, the spirit that dwells within the throne, is fading. I and many grieving tech priests have been performing unending sacraments of tech healing and prayers of operational benediction on the throne. But even our devotions are merely staving off the inevitable. The throne is a creation of the Museion made centuries ago. Even before the unholy desecration of the relic, we were barely able to propitiate its machine spirit to perform sacred augmentation procedures. One second, I blow my nose. Trumpet sounded. Alright. This throne is a creation of the Museion made centuries ago, even before the unholy desecration of the relic. Yeah, right. Barely able to get it to work, many litanies and operating protocols did not survive through the ages. Now, with the demise of the keepers of the implantation throne during the mutiny, they've been lost forever. The sacred machine must be saved at all cost. What makes this machine so important? It is unique, one of a kind. Tech priest's optical augments flash, and its rising fervor creeps into her voice. In the Logos Annals of the Adeptus Mechanicus, this throne is identified as a shrine capable of autonomous augmentation rituals. Its loss is unacceptable, and any condoning of it is sacrilege. In addition, any rogue trader or persons authorized by the rogue trader may use it. It's an invaluable investment in your longevity and bodily integrity. How were the relics damaged? The High Factotum clears his throat and grimaces. During the uprising instigated by the rebellious Master of Whispers, the Sector Bionica was besieged. The Genitors and Medicae officers heroically defended the throne, but eventually the rebels broke through. Most of the defenders fell in the battle, and many machines were lost or damaged. Many were able to be restored, but the throne was particularly badly damaged. What sacraments can the throne perform? Shrine is capable of autonomously healing flesh and blessing it with augmentations under the supervision of a knowledgeable genitor. Complex procedures can be performed with unimaginable speed and precision, with stimulants administered in the required proportions and combinations. It is a true miracle of the Museion. So how do we save it? Only a servant of the machine god endowed with the high rank of Genitor Extremis, versed in all the necessary rituals, and learned the mystical currents of the middle force, can perform the reparative sacraments and reanimate this mechanism. The only place where one might find such a servant is on the cloistered station of Altar Templum Calyxus X17, down next to Footfall. The one I haven't been able to contact this whole goddamn time. So they had plans for it all the way up. Okay, cool. Anyway, to the best of my knowledge, the cloister Mistress Talar is referring to is located in the Furibunda system. Its denizens are not well disposed to communicate with the laity, but I'm willing to leverage every diplomatic connection I possess to gain an audience with the station's clergy. Denric, I'll rely on your connections. Dry's Master Vox Skrill emits a binaric aria of thanks. The high factotum adjusts his monocle with a satisfied look. I thank you for your fervor, your lordship. Before you depart the Sector Bionica, I would also like to present to you Genitor Majoris, Ferens, and Vivisector Jaze Martinax. They're currently performing an urgent procedure, and therefore were unable to attend the inspection in person, but I'm certain they will receive the Rogue Trader's visit as a great honor, if you will follow me. And off we go. What? What are they doing? The smell of medical supplies and weak cries of pain fill the cold air. Two figures stand over an operating table. The patient lying on it is bound in place, and his head is soaked in blood. A woman in uniform is desperately trying to force her way to the table. Please help my son, in the name of the Golden Throne, says Serenada Schwartz. I know you can. Notek has endured so much. The lined face of the middle deck veteran is contorted with grief. Every word she speaks out comes out in a long moan. Your lordship! The Medicaid officer, dressed in protective attire, briefly looks away from the table to welcome you with the solemn address. Vivisector Jaze Martinax, at your service. The Rogue Trader's visit is a momentous event for the Sector Bionica. Will you grant us the honor of observing the operation? The hunched check priest on the opposite side of the table erupts in a furious binaric trill as he struggles to immobilize the thrashing and moaning patient. After a time, he likewise turns his metal-plated face to you. The life-form Genitor Majoris Ferens welcomes Lord Captain Ezethul von Valancius. I second my colleague's sentiment. Watch the pair work. With each of his many ocular implants clearly focused on the patient, Genitor Ferens is rooting around it inside the man's open skull with a thin, sharp, probe-like instrument. Meanwhile, Chirurgeon Martinax's hands, clad in blood-stained gloves, are holding an injector of yellowish solution, which he administers into the patient's brain matter at regular intervals. Tell me about the operation. Lord Captain, our guiding light, my son Notek, he's injured and dying. I carried her here in my arms, on my own, so the chirurgeons could pull him back from the brink. Please don't leave us. The woman's gaze swings from you to the chirurgeons and back again. Her mental state is obviously unstable. Still working the injector, Martinax turns his head to you. This young man has suffered a serious head injury that requires immediate intervention. The Genitor Majoris and I are attempting to stop the flesh from dying off while simultaneously deciding on a strategy for further treatment. Anything I can do to assist? With a whirring sound, Ferens's optical augment focuses on you, scanning for the potential utility of the life form. I know it means head healing skills are lacking. At present, nothing can be done. Do not be too hasty, colleague. Heal with the mind, not with medicaments. That's one of the key wisdoms of the Officio Medicae. The vivisector stares at the wounded man's face for a few seconds. Perhaps your lordship's presence will lend strength to the patient. Try to support the patient while we attempt to stabilize his condition. Examine the patient. The man chained to the bed is missing the top part of his skull. The moist pink contents glisten in the lemon light. The patient is conscious. His eyes are open, and his parted lips are constantly moving as he mumbles. The man's terrified gaze meets yours, and he falls silent. How curious. It seems the rogue trader's presence is indeed influencing the patient's state of mind. Martinax looks back at you with interest. Whether it's a manifestation of devout faith in his anointed or a bizarre form of delusion, it can only be to your benefit. Whatever you're doing, your lordship, please continue. Continues to look at the patient, smile at the patient, address. Your mother was here in Notek, and she's continued to look at the patient. The man in the bed stares back at you through glassy eyes. His arms, held tightly to the bed by straps, shudder. His face is contorting in a grimace. Make the sign of the Aquila. The throne of Terra, blazing in his light, turning aside every evil. A quiet chant emanates from off to your side. Turning your gaze from the patient, you see our sister Argenta, having made the sign of the Aquila, raising a prayer to the God Emperor. Yeah, I turned it off because it kept echoing. Like every hour and a half, random message. It would just spew out random messages again. But if you really care about the GTS, I do have the coffee integration, but that costs money. I think it's only like $1 a pop, but still, it's money. Turning out the bed, having made the sign of the Aquila, raising a prayer to the God Emperor. Her melodic voice is soothing and instills confidence. Through the bloody foam of his lips, the prostrate man whispers, "God Emperor, bless you, Lord Captain." Barely exhaling the words, he takes a deep, pure breath. A moment later, the two people leaning over the patient simultaneously raise their instruments. In a colorless voice, the tech priest proclaims, registering the complete stabilization of the life form's condition. Internal cortical damage has been treated. Requesting the closure of the collote and transfer of the victim to B-class stimulants. He will live, but the stimulants won't replace that part of his brain. If we implant this sacred cortical augment in his skull, it will restore his lost ability to think and act. Lord Captain, please, your subject has a genuine need for this augmentation. This constitutes a violation of the sacred directives. The value of an individual life is incomparably less than the value of the sacred technology required. Augmetics of the specified class are rare and are restricted to senior officers. Thus dictate the regulations of the Sector Bionica. Who is this man? An expendable life form to be utilized in void battles, one of thousands, says Genitor Ferens. And our vivisector says, a soldier from a Voidsman combat unit and devoted servant of the Emperor. Lord Captain, this young man has been fighting for his life, even through horrendous pain. If you allow the augmentation to be installed, his perseverance will become an example to others, for others to emulate. And Serenada, his mother, says, my only son, he's serving in a void unit. I was the one who told him to go there. My poor Notek. Grasps the woman from behind the medical officers. How was he injured? In the last void battle, Lord Captain, where he barely survived his injuries. He has suffered a few healing attempts from charlatans on the lower decks, and endured a long road to come here. However, no weapon can destroy the devotion and fortitude of a true servant of the Emperor. What are your respective proposals? I understand that my opinion may strike you as strange, for the mere fact that this poor soul has found his way to the Sector Bionica might itself be regarded as a blessing. Yet hear me out. The installation of a cortical augmentation will restore the patient to health, serving as an example for the rest of us through his heroism. This will inspire the people and strengthen their faith in the Lord Captain, and let them know that the rogue trader's mercy will not abandon them in their hour of need. Genitor says, the life form on the operating table is easily replaceable and does not possess any substantial functional value. Therefore, installation of the implant would be devoid of sense, proposing replacement of lost functionality by means of Class B powder stimulants. The life form will have limited viability and will be gifted an optimal termination period with partial functionality. I have made my decision. Fit the augment. We here obey, Lord Captain. Martinex offers you a graceful bow. I will see to the implantation at once. And the esteemed servant of the Museion will assist me in this procedure. Shimtor Majoris' responses. In Beinherrick carries a distinct tone of displeasure. Ignoring his colleague's reaction, the vivisector begins inserting thin augmentation spikes into the patient's brain with uncanny precision. Before long, the iron plate of the cortical implant replaces the damaged bone with a resounding crunch. In the silence, you hear the soft sobs of a woman. Notek's mother is weeping helplessly, furiously wiping her eyes with her hands. But now a smile of relief lights up her face. Thank you, your lordship. I will remember your intercession for the rest of my life and pray for your good fortune. And off he goes to recover it. Your lordship, assistant medical officer. Oh, that's some goods. I like stuff. So what's all this thing? The conveyor is designed to transport dead bodies to the disposal unit. The metal surface is covered in repulsive-looking stains.
What deeds await us?
Moments. Genitor Ferens. The tech priest stares at you with a single visor. Amidst a tangle of metal and wires, the box caster replaces and mouth hisses. Scanning life form. Visit registered. Welcome to the Sector Bionica, Lord Captain. You'll be received by Genitor Majoris Ferens. The tech priest turns, and you suddenly realize that he's standing with his back to you. The front of his head is covered with blinking visors. The highest priority, I notified the Lord Captain that the sacred Archaeotech is still in an agonal state caused by the malicious actions of the rebels. The functionality of the Sector Bionica is limited. Lifeform Genitor Majoris Ferens humbly awaits your assistance in purifying the reliquarian mechanism. I will take my leave. And talk to you later. After I've gotten our new companion. Mechanisms of the screens of the ancient mechanisms are as empty and dead as a dead man's eye sockets. The machine spark has not filled them for a long time. That looks some goods. Pascal, pick that lock.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Remote revitalizer, mark officer, sinistral insertion. Range at which medkits and stimulants can be used is increased by 4. When a medkit is used to restore an ally's wounds, it restores more wounds. 15% of the target's missing wounds. If a stimulant is used, it restores that many wounds as well. So grants, but you lose 5% weapon ballistic skill. Cool. That's it. Yeah. And then you got the sector up here. Okay, I guess we're going back to Furbundus, but no. First, the Astropathic Chapel. Interestingly, I probably did need to bring her. I will find out shortly. Hello. How are your ghosts, Wise? The mistakes of the past no longer haunt me, not my dreams or in reality, but I still remember. I remember every single one of them. Can you put me in a trance with Cabela? I need to get inside her mind. Synchronized trance is a complex telepathic practice. Things can go awry unless both participants trust each other and have a strong spiritual connection. However, I can sense that you do. I would be honored to be your guide during a ritual, Lord Captain. But remember, It's easy to get lost in another person's thoughts, and the fears of others house monsters. I'm prepared for the risk, put us in a trance. I will stay in the chapel, as to hold a vigil in prayer. May the Emperor help you return this lost soul to the righteous path. May the God Emperor help you, Lord Captain, says Sacrifice. Hello, Cabela. A shackled mind cannot comprehend the wisdom contained herein. Therefore repeat, he is death. Release your breath with each word. Cleanse your thoughts. He is death. Truth lies in death. Free your soul from the body's cage. Become nothing. He is death. Now that your heartbeat is a perfect line and your vision is shrouded in dusk, you have almost reached a state of purity and balance. Heed. No human will see death before their time. That is the delusion of the living. Heed. To which we say, a strong spirit can travel there and make the journey back. Heed the tale of the great Domain Azathoul, who ascended into the kingdom of the dead to retrieve his shadow. He is death. Birth and death are one. We are snatched from a place of warmth and sent blood-covered into an unfamiliar world. Dying is the same. The Domain, too, learned this as he opened his eyes and found himself on the lower decks, lying in a cold coffin. He beheld his ship, drifting through nothingness, an adamantine giant's corpse, a skeleton moaning from the winds of entropy. A tempest of rust was gnawing at its plasteel bones and twisting its vein-like cables, while machine oil oozed down its bulkheads like lymph. Had the Domain been alone, he would have lost his way inside the ship's mangled bowels. But a guide reached out to him, a hand to him. The spirit of old Veni Zachary had loyally followed the Domain to the other side. In the labyrinth of the hereafter, the piercing gaze of Veni Zachary discerned the thorny path to the halls of death. The loyal servant swore to protect his lord. Together, the Domain and the Veni made their way up through the malformed frame of the ship. From the cold catacombs of the lower decks, they traveled up into the fires of the ship's crematorium. Tongues of flame looked at them, yet they did not burn. Columns of dead marched towards them, to be turned to ash in the fire, and the Domain and the Veni walked on towards the dead in turn. At the great gate of the great gate of the crematorium, their path was blocked by the executioner, a sentinel made of metal spikes and coiling blades with roaring flame and pale bleeding bodies writhing within. Such is a blade that has lost the strength of the tenets, a murderous monster no longer driven by faith, but by dark desires. The Domain saw the fight was inevitable, and banished the monster with a fervent prayer to the Emperor. The beast prostrated itself and began to tear its own body apart, for words of true faith pacify even the worst of evils with a sense of shame and self-loathing. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Domain's hand. It was the God Emperor, and the first doubt was dispelled. He is death. He is death. Veni Zachary led the Domain out of the hot furnace of the crematorium, and they walked past long columns of the dead. Frayed was their attire, the bones scraping against their augmentics and scratching their decrepit flesh. They were moaning sorrowfully, and the sound made memory fade away. The Domain saw the dead were carrying an ark, and inside the ark was a thing, a lost child cocooned in silk, shedding crimson tears for the unknown. The unliving carried her as servants would carry their lady, and loudly lamented their fate, such as a blade mired in broodings over a lost past, a helpless child paralyzed by regret, lest he sink into the soft rot of their walls and perish. The Domain spoke gently to the lost child. And the lost child's tears were dried, and with a meek sigh she returned to nothingness. For mercy, too, can be a blade that brings peace. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Domain's hand. It was the star. The second doubt was dispelled, and he is death. He is death. And the old Veni led the Domain to the upper decks. And the Domain entered into the officers' chambers. A web of veins adored the walls, entangling the precious trophies, and statues were bound in intertwining sinews. And high upon a balcony, a dismembered judge wailed as he attempted to reassemble himself with his pale hands, but his movements merely tightened the tangle of the flesh. turning the chambers into a snare. Such is a blade tangled and trapped in misunderstood teachings, a hapless creature that does not know its place in the world. In order to continue on his journey, the Domain studied the tangle of flesh for secret signs that would show him the way. And the Domain read the words and spoke them. Judge's body began to rebuild itself to a new design, as beautiful as it was terrifying. Where nothing is impossible when a soul has grasped the hidden wisdom. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Domain's hand. It was the robed traitor, and the third doubt was dispelled. He is death. He is death. The flagship's bridge was draped in the skulls and webs, and pale souls of the dead flocked to the foot of the throne upon which sat the undying Emperor, the protector of mankind. May his praises be innumerable. Starlight shone coldly in the eyes of his skull, and the galaxy rested in his mighty hand. The Domain approached his throne and greeted him with pride and dignity. Went down on one knee and offered a prayer to him. The Undying One heeded the words spoken to him and lowered his brow of bone, acknowledging that he had heard the prayer, as he had heard the Domain's other prayers before. Then the Undying One spoke, and these words are to be preserved in your heart, as the greatest of prayers, for they spring from a source that was and is the holiest of all things. I know you, Domain. I know your heart, and the fervent faith that dwells within it. I know your readiness to serve me, and I accept it. Your spirit has been weighed and found worthy. The Undying Emperor, may his praises be innumerable, said no more, and it was the Domain's turn to speak. And speak the Domain did, saying that he had come to find his shadow and rescue her. The skeletal fingers stirred, and the Domain's shadow loomed out of the darkness beside his throne. She was bound in black chains and asleep. The Undying was silent, and now was the time to offer a payment, as death would give nothing away without payment in return. And the Domain promised the Undying One the life of any calling themselves an enemy of the Undying One. The Undying One laughed, for all his enemies were but dust compared to him. Then the Undying Emperor leaned over the Domain and drove a skeletal finger right into his heart, and he pulled the scarlet thread of his soul, and the thread trembled, stretched to the limit. It was there that a revelation came to the Domain. A life must be paid for a life, and a name was revealed to him, Naki Erebus. That was the life the Undying One demanded as payment, and the Domain agreed to the price. An oath of blood was sworn, and chains fell from the Domain's shadow. Yet she remained silent and motionless, for she saw no sense in leaving the halls of death. To which the Domain told her, their duties, the Undying One has been fulfilled, and beholding death as one of the living, she had received a gift of unparalleled greatness. That her congregation was suffering without her protection and the Undying One's mercy. That her duty to the Undying One and the Domain had not yet been fulfilled. And there was clarity in the Shadow's soul, and her eyes open. Her doubt was banished, and she glimpsed the truth in her Lord's words, that her woes stemmed from her wavering faith, and that the Shadow must return to the thread of the web in order to do his bidding. He is death. He is death. The Domain and his Shadow left the bridge of the Undying Emperor. May his praises be innumerable, and their path be strewn with his tarot cards. Among them, the Domain saw the card of the Executioner, who carries out sentences and brings a violent end to that which he did not begin. Among them, the Domain saw the card of the Lost Child, who was torn from her roots and her support, but carries within her the still hidden seeds of promise to recover them some day. Among them, the Domain saw the card of the Judge, who weighs and separates guilt from innocence, and passes his verdict. And they descended into the lower bays, lay down in a stone coffin, and closed their eyes. And the Domain heard the Undying Word's voice, promising they would meet again, and soon. Thereupon their journey ended, and so it was that the Domain, having seen death before his due time, traveled there and back to bring us these tidings and wisdom. Be free of doubt as you walk along the threads of the blood-spun web, for those threads leading to him is just all of existence. He is death. He is death. As the shock of another mind's jumbled thoughts stop constricting your throat, you find yourself staring at Cabella's pale face. You settled into a strange expression. I mean, Azathoth? I spoke to the Emperor. I was not the Emperor, Lord Captain. It was merely Mistress Cabella's vision of him, a figment born out of her imagination. Alas, none among my fellows are powerful enough to bring you the voice of the protector of mankind. Look at him. Breathing heavily, the choir master covers his face and whispers, "It is over, Lord Captain. We are in the world of flesh again. Are you well, Cabella? Do you remember what happened? How we met death?" I remember stumbling. I remember my voice, my doubt in the truth of the tenets throwing me off my feet. I remember deciding to kill, not because I heard his whisper, but because I deemed it to be right. Death whispered my name. For a spinner without a thread is like a sky without stars. They would drown in their own soul's darkness. But you reminded me who I am, and that my shameful weakness may be extinguished. It must be extinguished. This Naki Erebus is the payment of the Undying One demands. The price of redemption. The price of freedom. Who is this person? Where are they from? I do not know. Help me find them, Domine. Your factotum oversees archives that contain many names. Let him find the one that death has spoken, and I will pay the price that was set. For I know, I feel with all my essence, the death of Naki Erebus is the key, the answer to my questions. Anyway.
Anything worthy of my attention?
Now we go to the bridge. And get moving. Investigate whatever rumors are going on up here. Should probably also look at my colonies. So I have to get back out. I don't know why my sinuses are being so active right now. Yep, Dragonus is done, meaning I can get Gracious Priests going. Getting hospital and medical kits, hell yes. Removes basically everything. Gets me some more dogmatic as well. Execute. Yeah. I think that's everything. Dargonus still has a lot of stuff to be built. So, Scholar Progenium. After I complete the Bastion. Declaring Dargonus the defense under the Cronus expands. Then I'll put requisition 4 in vestibles. Vessels and collect additional resources from the population, getting us a bunch of stuff, profit factor, at the expense of global complacency. Militia Navy. Battle Mastery. +2 plating on all sectors, huh? Security and complacency. Almost enough to counterbalance the Bastion. Charter of Minimal Rights for Iconoclast. Bestower of Freedom. Which will give me a little bit of fellowship. Pleasing the Tired. The Adeptus Administratum's vanity may be indulged. Yes, it might. But that'll cost me profit factor. Call to arms! It's time for the Dargonus nobility to forget their feuds and take up arms in the defense of their native world. Getting some power armor for Wolf Boy. I think the Militia Navy. Librarium needs Bastion. Okay, so Bastion is going to be the Echo Victory. Efficiency across everywhere. Whenever the wearer attacks any target in a 5 cell radius around them by what ranged weapon, that attack deals way more damage. What's that scale with? Armor penetration, okay. Or Scholar Progenium for Loyalist Garb. Some excellent light armor. If I haven't moved this turn, gain improved cover efficiency for the turn. But if they move at least 3 cells in a turn, they gain dodge. Plus a lot of dodge against rash attacks. That'll get me overall security, making up for the Bastion. Or no. Not making up, because that's complacency. I don't really care about Woebringer because it's an exotic two-handed sword. It's not something I'm using a whole lot. Overall, the Librarium, since Dragonis is an educated world, it's the right place to establish a secret librarium where scholars of the arcane will be free to share their knowledge and delve into the forbidden. Cosmologic mission. Let's see, a new entry in the Annals of Dragonis. The fate of millions of orphans whose parents fell in the fires, then gripped the expanse. I think I will go for the Scholar Virginia. Although that Echo of Victory, being able doing 20% more damage when and it has to be a ranged weapon. And again, that light armor. Yeah, I'm gonna go for light armor. Scholar Virginium. Let's see. Pleasing the Tired. I could just get the Bastion right out. Don't really care about. Oh, plus 5 to all skills. That'd be nice. Pleasing the Tired. Expense of some profit factor. Yeah, called Arms is just free. I guess I could just get it all done now. And then the Scholar Progenium. Huzzah. So what's down in here? Forewarning. What's going on in Armor 4? Hey look, an unknown anomaly. The endless canvas of the cosmic void is interrupted by what looks like a bottomless hole. Sight cannot pierce it. No stars, no planets, no cosmic dust. There's only darkness. The Echo team has failed to glean any information from the anomaly, and under the influence of a mysterious force, the void ship is slowly drawn to the heart of the darkness. The officers on the bridge worriedly look up from their cogitators. The machine screens turn on and off chaotically, not obeying any of the operator's commands. The walls of the bridge, the crew's silhouettes, and the ship's holy machines tremble and stretch out like rubber bands. Alerts of malfunctioning cogitators and maddened chronographs come in on every deck, as do reports of indescribable hallucinations gripping the crew. While the tech priests are trying to placate the machine spirits, helmsman Ravor reports that the situation is bad. Navigational systems are barely functional, and the invisible force is getting stronger and accelerating, ceaselessly dragging the vessel into its dark bosom. There's little time, and Lord Captain must decide. Leave the dangerous place, or give in to the forces and study the anomaly from within. Determine if the archives contain any data on any such anomalies. A few operators managed to wring a minute amount of useful information out of the archives. Such anomalies are extremely rare, randomly appearing gravity wells with which connect different points in space. Where such a well leads is impossible to predict. Hmm. May the Emperor protect us. We're jumping right in. Direct the vessel to the center of the anomaly. The closer the vessel gets to the hole, the faster it's pulled in. Thousands of people on every deck are gripped by panic. Their bodies are turning into thin, twisting threads and fraying and tearing in places, exposing veins, bones, and internal organs. Falling apart in screws, plates, and bolts, tech priests continue to offer relentless prayers to the machine spirits, but their binaric chants melt into the endless screams and cries for help. Finally, the void ship jumps into the cosmic tunnel with a torturous lurch. We're now headed to Adamant 2. So that happened. Hey, recolor his plot. Let's see, adamantine. Hey, promethium. I could use some more of that. I don't really need the adamantine. No. Let's see. Oh, for the necessary clothes of the colony. Are they there? I guess they are. Anyway. Portal Serpentum. Granic. Let's just wander down the Tenebris Aqua. Monkulus's prism. Say, Lord Captain, bring you new information about the Xeno device that you discovered during your time away. Ever since you returned, the tech priests have been making every effort to comprehend the nature of this mysterious technology, and they've succeeded to an extent. After many rituals and pleas to the machine god, they awakened the Xeno artifact. For but a moment, it produced a holographic copy of a planet in coordinates that matched a location in Langren's belt. Perhaps you wish to see with your own eyes what this destination holds. Rogue Trader, please accept my report in person. It concerns criminal collusion among the senior officers. They will also be present to be able to answer the charges. Criminal collusion. I'd prefer not to divulge details over Fox. It could be overheard by those who will have to stand before you and answer for their actions. I will see you without delay. On my way. Water, good. Rogue Trader, I hold the 3 senior officers accountable for the misconduct I have uncovered as part of my investigation. I allege that the ship's crew is full of wanted criminals. Do you refute the charge, General Stanrock? The High Factotum stares at the arbitrator with an uncharacteristic coldness. What are you insinuating, esteemed Proctor? Heretics on board the ship of the Emperor's Anointed are a threat to the whole Imperium. If anyone knew of this and failed to report it, punishment will follow. Isn't that right, Foxmaster? Victus does not react in any way to the arbitrator's words. I do my duty honorably and will obey the Lord Captain's will, whatever it may be. So the more, why have you gathered my officers here? I have uncovered a scheme involving all 3 of them. It is coordinated by the Foxmaster, who buries incriminating facts about voidsmen on your ship in the depths of the archives. General Stanrock and Ravor turn a blind eye to the sordid pasts of the new recruits and divvy up the workforce that has come into their position. That's a completely insane accusation. We're not bringing criminals into the crew intentionally. Of course we're not. I'll admit that we do not try to hunt down every biographical fact about each voidsman who steps foot on board, but only because it would be a hopeless endeavor. Stanrock falters for a moment. None of us had any intention of populating your ship with heretics. Are we really taking fugitive criminals into our crew? Sort of. Generous clears his throat, shuffling from foot to foot. Sometimes they slip through the net because we don't have information from local wardens. Sometimes we're forced to overlook a unsightly past for the sake of acquiring niche specialists. Even common smugglers, for instance, often turn out to be quite an asset on Ravor's crew. We do draw a line, however, at even a whisper of genuine heresy in a Voidfarer's past. Victus raises her glare to you. I'm sure you realize, Lord Captain, that smuggling and false cultism are both heresies in the eyes of the law, for they transgress his word. But one is far more dangerous than the other, to put it bluntly. I've heard enough. The assembled officers look at you with anticipation of your decision. So we get trained specialists. Our lance weapons do 3 more damage. Or officer's commendation. Macro cannons deal an additional 1 damage. I like macro cannons, so I'm satisfied with the way things are. Continue your efforts for the good of the dynasty. Thank you, Your Lordship. Not to mention, I don't like Solomorn that much. I need to pull my nose again. And back. Anyway, let's get back out there. God, I love the... Darkona's colony requires the Lord Captain's attention. There are not enough resources. Darkonis is crying out for aid, Lord Captain. Riots over the interpretation of Scripture have broken out in several hives across the world. While hunting for the agents of the Cult of the Final Dawn, the Ecclesiarchy clamped down on the planet's minor cults, attempting to force correct adherence to the creed upon the populace. The commoners grumble about the oppression of the minor cults, even daring to claim that the Holy Ecclesiarchs are assuming the sole right to speak for the God Emperor. Agents report that the disgruntled are actively negotiating with the Wasteland dwellers, the remains of the so-called Foreman clan, and it seems the Wastelanders are willing to offer their support. So I can get a Book of Minor Prayers, percent chance to ignore damage from Psychic and Navigator powers. But can I use Psychic or Navigator powers? Could be useful somewhere. The enforcers and the agents of the Ecclesiarchy have been able to curb the malcontents so far. The division grows wider by the day. Or Patron of Cults. 15 Lore Imperium. At the expense of security. Why are the foremen involved as well? A great question, Lord Captain. This group does come up in the reports from the capital world rather often. I can assume that this is due to the fact that their now ruined home, Museion, used to have a prevalent, more simplistic form of revering the Emperor. The preachers there used to teach the Scipions the importance of hard work and of the labor collective's familial unity, but seldom the importance of order and hierarchy. They offered their congregation a form of faith that was as simple, cheap, convenient, and functional as their work clothes. And now they seem to think that the priests, who wallow in luxury, want to take this away from them. Is there any reason to believe that disturbances are inspired by heretics? Thankfully, no, Your Lordship. The rebel arousers zealously oppose heresy, fill the ranks of the Planetary Guard with new recruits, regularly outperform quotas, and attend prayer service. The Foreman clan has been actively involved in uncovering the underground devotees of the ruinous powers, and has discovered 2 large, successfully operating cells. Our agents are quite confident that the likelihood of them harboring agents of the Cult of the Final Dawn is far lower than in other segments of the population. Lord Imperium. I'd like to hear what my advisors have to say. Small deviances in the creed beget large ones. Large ones beget heresy. Our faith is founded upon absolute trust in those above us, and if those people's beliefs push them towards dissent, then those beliefs have been wicked from the very beginning. But that does not necessarily make the preachers themselves wicked, perhaps simply misguided. We could pass them into the ecclesiarchy's care for re-education so they may see the truth. It would also guarantee their flock's obedience. Shireen, perhaps you should stop allowing the fat cardinals and their servants to do whatever they want to your people. Rein them in. Faith in the Exalted One is not contained within ranks and titles, but within the hearts and hands of the common people. And even this can take many forms as well. Let those who shoulder the welfare of Dargonis at least choose in which manner they pray to him. Take the minor cults under your protection. Those who wish to worship him in their own way must prove their right to do so. The only help that would be proper in this situation is to provide instruction. Send one of the spinners to show how they can defend themselves. They will either take up arms and protect their faith, or bow down. So, they are struggling to interpret the scriptures. I know one sacred text that proceeds from the Emperor that invites very few conflicting readings, the Lex Imperialis. None of the troublemakers would dare question the importance of his law or misconstrue what is written. It would serve them well to settle down and study the Injuncta Cardinal from cover to cover. Seeing the preachers, send a spirit, get grace of death. All allies gain awareness over 1/10 of their awareness percent critical hit chance. Okay, I'm gonna go for Patron of the Cults. Get a bit more complacency. The minor cults are hereby under my protection. Your mercy will go down in the annals of Dargonis, Shireen. The common folk rejoiced at the news of their victory. Scoffing at the gilded priests, they offered up a thunderous prayer to the rogue trader. Thanks to the protection of the rogue trader, the agents of the ecclesiarchy were forbidden from entering the chapels of the minor cults. Terrible news from Dargonis, your lordship. Your vigilant servants have discovered an abscess of treachery in our capital, one that has grown far too large and could rupture at any moment. The informants report that the group known as the Foreman clan is actually a cover for a horrendous cult of genetic aberrations. We currently have their people in every echelon of the hive. They're traitors to the purity of humanity, traitors to the creed, rebels, and heretics. Apparently, their unholy sermons speak of the 3 sorrowful phalanges of a finger pointing their way to retribution and unity. Well, so that's where the next part of that quest is. What exactly did my people find out? One tenacious clerk from the administratum questioned the authenticity of the reports coming from the ruins of Museion 84-249. He personally observed the debris removal and entered the lower levels of the fallen hive. There he discovered signs that proved Museion had been infected by the gene plague. Thousands of corpses of extra-armed abominations have been buried in a mass grave. He also found the remains of Achilles Scalander's people. It seems they had noticed the signs of corruption, and the traitors, aiming to cover up their crimes, buried their misdeeds under the ruins of the hive. On the way back, the clerk's transport was destroyed, but he miraculously managed to survive. Now the heretics think they have covered their tracks once more, so they continue their plots, oblivious and unprepared for our attack. What is this mutant plague that has affected our capital? A horrendous distortion of the human form. It seems they spread their poison by biting and enslaving their victims. Some of them are indistinguishable from normal humans, while others are disgustingly ugly. The heretics hide them away from prying eyes. They seem to be connected to a common consciousness and are absolutely loyal to this despicable cult. The astropathic choirmaster of Dargonis has suggested that the cult may have been behind the extermination of the Psychers on the planet. He can sense the ghost of a powerful consciousness of some sort. The astropaths we have forced to serve on Dargonis are afraid. They do not wish to become a living shield if the enemy launches another psychic assault at us. I fear that this line in our defense is quite fragile. The Foreman clan is a cover for this disgusting cult? Indeed. They probably begin by recruiting workers. It's easy to blend in with the laboring riffraff, posing as a union of technomats. they were able to conceal their secret operations and infiltration into the upper echelons of power. Each new crisis allowed them to gain more of our trust and resources. And most despicable of all is they have perverted our faith. They revere the God Emperor in the form of a four-armed monstrosity. Their prayers are full of hatred towards those in power and promises of a reckoning when their dreadful deity will come and equate them with their oppressors. With us, that is. Many fools and troublemakers have fallen in for their lies. Praise be, it was wise not to let them into the hives on pain of death. Scurrying through the wastelands, they could only recruit the vandals dwelling there, and very few of the cult cells managed to form inside the hives themselves. When your lordship stood up for the minor cults, they received a golden opportunity to recruit more openly to the ranks, which are now brimming with fools who have yet to realize they are partaking in a heretical conspiracy. Heinrichs, what are those mutants? They are called gene stealers, and they are not simple mutants. They are a Xenos plague that breathes inside the human brain, forever distorting their genetic makeup and enslaving them to the brood. This is much more threatening than the Drukari fleet that ravaged the capital earlier. If they are on Dargonis, then they will try to overtake the entire planet sooner or later. The messengers of the Great Devourer. My kin can sense the shapeshifters, but you should stay vigilant, Elentek. For a species as psychically weak as the Monkey, their arrival can spell death. What forces do they have at their disposal? The heretics mostly consist of workers, but some have infiltrated the guard as well. Their weapons are primarily made from repurposed industrial machinery. The cultists are fearless and will readily sacrifice themselves for the sake of their common goal. The worst part is their psychic threat. We can't even begin to gauge it. Some of the engine vandals could be infected by this plague. Most of them are likely to come to our aid. They are too used to eating out of your lordship's hand to bite. We have to act. Absolutely right. It's impossible to negotiate with the degenerates. Our only option is to completely annihilate them. We should start from the top. Should we attack decisively and quickly, or should we show our hand by bringing assault vehicles into the capital and gain an advantage in firepower? Do we quietly eliminate their leaders? Do we rain destruction upon the infected territories and cleanse them of traitors? Azathoul, raise the people to battle and publicly proclaim war. Tell the people that the heretics are hiding among them, and the millions of loyal subjects will grind the thousands of traitors to dust. May Dargonis cleanse itself of this filth. The cleansing should be thorough. A good few wrecks of dead ships still linger in orbit after the day the Xenos scum attacked your world. Command your fleet to pick them up and send them plummeting down towards the nests of the spawn, trying to encroach on your domain. Since all of them are linked by common will, we should start by launching our attack there. If the Astropathic Choir can drown out the voice of the brood, we'll be able to launch a sudden strike and act quickly enough before the enemy can restore cohesion and alert the forces to the assault. Heinrichs, prepare a plan for a psychic attack. After that, we'll launch a surprise assault on the cult's headquarters. I will send the Inquisition directives developed specifically for this scenario to Dargonis. At the appointed time, the enforcers start their simultaneous raid in all hives of the capital. Relying on stealth and surprise, they did not use heavy weapons of war. At the same time, the Astropathic Choir launched a truly devastating attack on the grim psychic shadow hanging above the hives of Dargonis. This attack stunned the broods of heretics and temporarily cut off their psychic communication. But the heretics did not go down without a fight. Soon, an enraged outcry of psychic energy from the broods swept through the hives, plunging the Dynasty's brave warriors into horror of bloody insanity. The Astropathic Choir managed to drown it out with their menacing chants, but this was a test of wills. Only the most disciplined and steadfast tigers withstood the sheer force. The element of surprise facilitated the swift extermination of the cult leaders, leading the rest of the heretics to lose heart. The filthy shrines of the heretics were set ablaze. Got a tainted phylactery, giving us Xenos over 1/3 of our Xenos bonus to critical hit chance against Xenos. Only one thing filled the rogue trader's servants with unease. Inside the cult's main temple, they found the den of some grotesquely enormous monster. It was empty. They did not find the beast. If the Emperor had been merciful to Dargonis, the monster would surely have perished in the fires that had engulfed the hives during that cycle. But we are gonna need to make our way back there. Let's try some new routes. Let's actually get there ASAP. Warp jet went smoothly. After the strangers, to watch this is fine. Alright. Mundus Valencius. I already have a connection there. Cool. And drop back in. Whispers behind your back. Got something big to deal with. The malcontent has begun spreading insulting rumors considering the rogue trader among the aristocracy. The cost of 2 profit factor. We got complacency in a uniform kit. Offer privileges to whoever turns over the malcontent. Lose 1 complacency, and probably confess to some trifling errors. Get the Jersians on our side a little more. Rochard are carefully prepared. Confession impresses the planet's clergy. Priests denounce the nobles who believe the slanderous words and make it their mission to keep a close eye on the aristocracy's moral integrity by constantly adding new religious taboos to their lives. I guess that's that. Alright, back to Krennic, and then drop down and see what's going on over there. Whoop. Mysterious sickness struck the... Okay, and that did clear the thing. Wait, so how am I supposed to reach those? Whoop. A warp breach. Ungodly fiends. In we go. Some Nurgle cultists. Plague Bearer down there.
I see your darkened colors. All of you will bleed!
2 Plague Bearers down there. Let's have Pascal over here, see what's going on with the valve. Abelard, how about you have some fun down here? Clear out those guys. I hope these barrels aren't explosive. Okay, if those 3 will be distracted. Early up. You can go there, I think. Magenta up here. And start.
I am your doom. No! These ruby flashes are
To the weak.
choking me.
My ears are ringing.
Anyway, let's see.
I
This is
am
your
not your
perfect
Xenos
spot.
pet monkey.
So that doesn't matter. Fainting attack. Slice attack. Oh. Looks like I have a decent chance of doing some stuff there.
If
So
it
let's get
serves your
intimidation
cause.
down.
Another soul slips beyond the veil. I will not.
Oh, can't even see that guy. Okay. Can't see
I
that guy.
understand your intent. If I must.
Post shadow to avoid being a priority target. Oh, there's a lethality display.
Pain cleanses the body.
Death to non-believers!
Emperor, deliver us!
Alright, let's see.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Jensen, give her all the stuff. But I also want to mend reality.
If I may,
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Fierce recital. Steady superiority.
In thy light I stand, and thy
Maximum
light I
attacks.
praise. I'll do it. As the Emperor... Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Run and gun. Let's do 3 more.
Strike is a prayer. I'll do it.
Do reload. Finest hour. Let's see that guy.
I'll paint your death in colors.
I'll give her some
Faith
more.
without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands.
Yes. Seven left, I think, down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, they are.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Eradicate it. Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Fan-fucking-tastic. That's more movement.
Rejoice in battle.
One shot a goddamn plague bearer.
As the Emperor eradicated.
Cheeky little reload.
I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. Faith without...
God, Argenta is so good. I love her. It's Cassia's turn.
I will endure.
And then it...
Guided by faith. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. The Emperor sets my path.
That's taken care of. Was that not the exit? That's the exit.
It is my destiny to traverse the unknown.
So we got some chain swords, shotguns, scrap mail, a whole lot of glass cloud grenades. Anyway. Let's see what's going on in Nulla Septum. Lord Captain, the ne'er-do-wells from the Augur crew are reporting we've reached the Nulla Septum system, where a Prometheum refining hive, Sentiel's Pride, is been my mother over the Golden Throne. Transmission ends abruptly and resumes with a loud click several moments later. Emperor preserve us, Lord Captain. The entire system is darker than the inside of a Grok's arse. Local star. It's not there. Stars do not vanish from the sky without reason. The same villains may be at work here as in the Rykad system. Lord Captain, Sentiel's Pride is an object of strategic importance for the Corded Dynasty. It alone covers the Prometheum needs of their entire protectorate. It is not difficult to figure out what happened. The damned Xenos had their work cut out for them. But by the throne they succeeded. This does not mean we can leave the important strategic assets for them to plunder. I suggest we do House Chorda a favor, and salvage the remains of their Prometheum. Another system is missing its star? You hear a quiver of outrage in Hydrix's voice, followed by a deep exhale. We need to see if there are any Xenos on that frozen world, and should our suspicions be confirmed, exterminate them. If you disagree, let me remind you that the protectorate of one of the perpetrators of the Chronos Expanse has lost several billions of its subjects. Can you be certain that the same won't happen to Jargonis, or another of your worlds? Forgive me, Shireen, but I refuse to believe that among the billions of Tortoise subjects there wasn't at least a handful of desperate souls still trusting in the Exalted One's providence, clinging to life, who will become their salvation if not you. Thank you for your comprehensive report, Ravor. If it just takes over the channel, her vexation showing only in the force with which she clicks her box. Apologies, Lord Captain. As the esteemed Master Helmsman just stated, the Augur crew is troubled by the anomalous absence of a star at the heart of the system. As for the Hive Worlds, I'm afraid it is forever lost to the Imperium, as are the lives of billions of its children. Be over here. So let's poke around. Hey, we got some Prometheum. Some Drakari Void ships. Actually, I should probably check on things. Yeah, I think I've already upgraded everything, so. And adamantine, not enough to be worth the trouble. A few las guns. And new information has arrived. Lord Captain, we managed to detect a residual heat signature on one of the continents of Sentiel's Pride, but there's no clear indication of its origins. The crew is waiting for further instructions and praying for the souls of the deceased with extraordinary zeal. So you dispatch rescue teams to the world that better not return without survivors. We gained people. The order is clear. The rescue shuttles have been dispatched to the suggested evacuation points and the likely locations of hidden bunkers. Is there anything else you desire? Start promethium extraction immediately. You must extract the world's remaining potential while it's still remaining in orbit. And tell the crew to get the shuttle ready. Just not delay and begin exploration of this dead world. Talisman's sour voice fills the channel. If you're so eager to freeze your esteemed arse off, Lord Captain, who are we to object? Sure. Why not?
Choose your own path.
So much loot.
I've read about
The
this.
delicate young woman lies curled up in a snowbank like a living statue. Her hands are clutching a silken blanket. Oh, there's some goods. Gone nightmares. Rumpled writ, rich passage, and engraved pendants.
The light of terror shines for us.
Notes on life in a hive.
The Emperor is with us!
Yet another monkey to play with.
Elliot. Got one with the rifle. Heblar. You go over here to attract their attention. Genta, supported by Cassia. Pascal could be over here to attract attention. Yeah, this is your perfect spot.
If it serves your
Temptation.
cause.
Aim for
This
that
tedium
opening.
is beneath me. I understand. I seal death with my hands. Another soul slips beyond the veil. I am not your Xeno pet, monkey.
Quick, quick! Your suffering will sustain me.
Blood.
I will do my duty. Victory
Strike.
is imminent. It will be done.
And
At your beck and
bash.
call.
Oh, oops. That's Silver Defense, not a shield bash. My mistake. Anyway, let's get
Running
ourselves
binary override.
all buffed up.
Request approved.
Intimidation.
Running binary code. Request approved.
Let me educate you on the art of pain.
Manipulator push.
One fewer target. Brace yourself, Avalon.
Yes, yeah. Go Argenta, get buffed up.
Me,
It's a fate.
if you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Doubt is for the weak,
I'll return the
as the
pain.
Emperor commands.
Hey, reinforcements.
I am his will made
Soul
manifest.
superiority.
Strike is a prayer. Eradicate it.
Foul breath.
An Argenta.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Get a whole extra turn.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it. Faith without deeds, strike is a prayer.
And reload.
As the Emperor commands.
Man, she just cleans up. I love
God
Argenta.
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Like you can use running gun to get even more movement.
I'll do it.
Let's take out that specialist.
Strike is a prayer. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands. I'll do it.
Damn.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Revel on that slaughter, dear. Ooh. Can you use dash?
I'll do it. Doubt is
Yes.
for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Oh,
When
fucking
the faithful
yeah.
are idle, heresy grows.
Ah. Okay. Bunch of stuff. My splinter rifle. Back to the scout. The quivering figure, wrapped in several layers of tattered clothes, is pointing an old lasgun at you. Who are you? In the name of the God Emperor, keep away from me! At other time and place, I would have immediately demanded you cut the peasant down for such an outburst, and yet, pains me to see his mind is so tightly constricted by green-black thorns. Never have I seen such a frightening color. This person, this hive, everything is drenched in despair. As the little Von Valancius, robe trader. You? You're one of the Star Children, right? Maybe the Emperor could not have abandoned us. You've come to save us, have you not? May the throne bless your radiant souls. I'm Veer, one of the few survivors of this dispossessed world. The elders have been waiting for a sign from the heavens for so long. Too much time has passed, so they died. But may he smite me if you are not the one. You will help the ones in need of salvation, won't you? Veer freezes for a second, looking at you reverently and awkwardly shuffling his feet. You have saved my skin, holiest one, but my brothers in faith and misery were not as lucky. The living nightmares grabbed us the moment we stuck our noses out to the surface, trying to survive. I managed to break free and escape, leaving my friends behind. Woe is me. I'm beside myself with shame. I'm begging you, child of the stars, please save my comrades. Save... He falters, gulps and whispers almost breathlessly. Save Elbrus. I will take you there if you... even if it costs me my life. Let's see. I will help you, friends. Lead on. Really? The wretch cannot believe his ears. Right away. Follow me and don't lag behind, but be very, very quiet. Nightmares roam the streets. Trust me, I know. They've been lying in wait up ahead. So tread carefully.
Litany of reconnaissance recited.
We should deal with this.
I feel like there might be something here. Soul pattern las pistol. And let's charge.
Oh,
clear
too
the
hard
show.
for a simple monkey.
Several pairs of footprints, judging by their shape.
I
none
have
of them
traveled
belong to a
far
human.
darker paths.
Should have guessed.
Die, monkey.
Do you really believe you can match a child of a Museion?
I will bathe in your screams.
It's blocked up there. Block the way. Pascal up here. Prepare for some fun. Janta's gonna have all of the fun. Cassia there. Myself here. Cassia there. Nearly it.
If it serves
Spot.
your cause.
So that way you do a little intimidation. Let's see, those two. Chimera.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Got intimidation going.
Are you moving? No more. This tedium has been...
And then took
I
up Chimera.
understand your intent. I'll do it.
High momentum.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
Let's see.
Faith
Starting
without
attack.
deeds is worthless.
So I don't think you can reach any of the guys over there. Nope.
As the Emperor this is why I was chosen. Doubtest for you, my Emperor.
Or
As the Emperor
reload. With a little
faith
bit of
without
wildfire.
deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands is why I was chosen.
Move over here.
Rejoice in battle!
See if you can't get an angle on the Beastmaster. Then Cassia.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may,
Feel the light.
isn't this a job for the serfs?
Bring it down.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
You, my Emperor! Doubt is for the weak eradicated.
My momentum.
I'll do it. Neither can escape the Emperor's judgment.
And finally... Let's just get into cover against the sharpshooter.
Guided by faith!
Cassia, so why don't you give the final star to
In the
Argenta
name
so
of
she can
House
take care of the
Museion,
Beastmaster?
I shall prevail!
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! Each strike is a prayer.
Can't be
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
So yourself should get in cover.
I'll make you howl.
Then Abelard is completely out of position. Actually, what I can do a little charge.
I will do my
I
duty.
don't think that... no, it does consume his movement. Okay. And that. So defense. Not really gonna do much.
At your beck and call.
Your
Indeed.
Recruit. Can't really do any taunting. Well, that's my turn to absolutely wreck shit. Pointed. Run gun.
My momentum.
Finish off the fight. Vultures come to feast on the remains of a dying world. I will not let you. Don't know where that's coming from. Plasma pistol with cryo module. Loading this weapon removes all stacks of plasma cell overheating from the wielder. Advanced and normal medikits. Venomous splinter pistol.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Warning, harboring traitors and all that. Something happened. Ah. So I should probably take a bio break. Get some dinner. I will be back shortly. I return! Quite a while. Apologies for the long delay. I was eating dinner with the family. You see. Family is important or something. Anyway, I break off.
I need no farseer to guide my future.
So the way forward is up here. Right, because the guy ran off in that direction. Some pretty high athletics needed there. Pascal, pick that lock.
The machine god grants me insight.
Unsealed letter. Some stuff. Scardos, you went too far! The monkey will be off to his ancestors now. I granted him 2 dozen non-lethal wounds, so you'll have time to enjoy his suffering. No, no, kill me already. Just end it, I beg you. There's Mr. Scout. Yeah, I'm here. I haven't gone anywhere. Museion has acquired a human generator and powered a section of the streets that any wandering survivors will be drawn to the light like a moth.
How many foes have you, Elantak?
A feast of terror awaits.
Medusa. Well, anyway. Abelard. 2 warriors there. Everyone else is up here. Cassia here. Argenta. So you've got Neshalor. Okay, there's some kind of beastie. Pascal there. Airlight can post up down here.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Magenta and myself.
My mastery is unsurpassed.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Let's get to it.
Where are you off to? Oh, that means I should have access to you. Alright, so.
I am
Perfect
not
spot.
your Xenos pet monkey.
Aim for an opening. Tough motherfucker.
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Probably better with something else. So be it. I might actually go down. That would suck.
Out of my way.
Just a minor setback. Victory is imminent.
Brace for impact. Get off of me. Okay, that didn't do anything.
At your beck and call.
Orc.
It will be done.
Rockcrete. Defensive
At your beck
stance.
and call.
Reckless
Indeed.
strike.
Victory is imminent. Target well struck.
Okay. Sharpshooter. And it's Abelard's turn. Cassia! Okay. Get Argenta buffed up.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
So that she can do some serious damage.
High momentum.
I am his
Up
will
there.
made manifest. As the Emperor is eradicated, faith without strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
My blood.
Okay.
Doubt is for the weak.
Here a little bit more.
I'll do it.
Slaughter. Oh, that's all you can do. You can move up some more.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Cassia is done, unless... do a little, finest hour.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Nice, that'll be a perfect opportunity.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without strike is a prayer.
Let's go
As the
for a
Emperor
devastating
commands,
attack.
I act. This is why I was chosen. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. For you, my Emperor. Doubt is for the weak eradicated.
High momentum.
Faith without
Don't
deeds
reload.
is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I
slaughter.
act. I'll do it.
Do a little bit of run and gun to get a better angle here.
Rejoice in battle!
Absolutely. Eliminate
Doubt is for the weak.
Medusa. It's almost.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
It's Cassia's turn and my turn. I am going to purge the hell out of this guy. Extreme prejudice. But first, heal myself up. There, is that you? God, Emperor of Mercy. They put that thing on his head. Be quiet, Cleon. What are you talking about? God, Emperor sent us his envoy. We're going to make it, you hear? Malbris, what have they done to you? That's something on his head. Strange immediate growth, the size of a human head, is clinging to the skull and neck of a man. The emaciated face, at least the part of it you can see from under the pulsating alien flesh, bears no emotion, and the cracked lips hang slackly open. As though, do not look! Your lights shout, this is the last thing you hear before darkness flows into your mind. Your vision grows dim and you have a sinking feeling in your chest, but you're still alive and are trying to open your eyes. Dark figures dash about in the twisted shadows cast by the fire. One of them is standing in front of you, casually tossing something from one hand to the other. You slowly turn your stiff neck, dumbly staring at the stump where your right arm used to be. The figure comes close, tossing a frozen hand onto the ground, and breaks off the tip of your nose with a little crunch. Why haven't you died with the others? Why are you still alive? Frightened, cold, hurt, and aching to flee, but these feelings are not yours. You concentrate your will to shrug off the unbidden emotions, and the compulsions recedes. You once again see a man caught in the clutches of a disgusting parasite. The illusion is gone, but an inexplicable anxiety still lingers in your soul after the aftermath of a particular bad nightmare. And all that is wholly on Terra. You Von Valencias poke your noses into every mysterious abomination you encounter. You must run into blood. Why didn't I choose a quiet post away from the front lines? Quartermaster of a magnetic coil warehouse or some such. Abelard, who has been agitatedly rifling through equipment, looks up with a start. Lord Captain, you've returned to us, without the need for a medkit. A lucky escape. Pascal's voice synthesizer crackles in agitation, and a needle glints on a mechadendrite. Neural overload detected. Protocol to render emergency aid activated. What is it? It feeds on human victims, which makes it a predator. I suggest this is all we need to know to make the rational decision to destroy this creature. This uniform is classified in the Magis Biologus catalogs as Medusa malefica. It's an empathic parasite. This creature is not bound by any natural law. Its origins lie outside real space. However, the sampling tool on one of Pascal's mechadendrites jolts to life. It can be studied using the methods of real space. Medusae, driver of nightmares and torment. My dark cousins use these creatures to amass emotions and experiences, which they then feed on. A human? How is this possible? I do not know. I don't know. This thing is a nightmare. I've seen the likes of it before, bound in chains, listlessly watching. They always accompanied their masters during the gory executions. They just stood there and stared, always stared. But why is this creature riding Albers now? How do we take it off? It feeds on human victims, which makes it a predator. Examine the creature. The thing before you is a xenoparasite that Magi biologists call Medusae. These creatures latch onto the brain and nervous system of their victim with dozens of tendrils and assume control over the body of the host. Their nature is yet to be fully studied, but the prevailing hypothesis claims that Medusae are capable of absorbing strong feelings and emotions from their environment. The questions of how and why are a matter of debate. Examine the man. The parasite appears to be tightly and permanently attached to the victim's head, or so it seems. You spot a certain pattern in the location of the tendrils in the host's body. Making a few incisions here and there would probably allow you to separate the creature from its unfortunate bearer. Might as well try it. Frantic grief, the man pulls a barely sharpened piece of rusty pipe and pleadingly offers it to you. I cannot do it to him. I don't have either the strength or the fingers. But you're blessed by him, the sovereign of all the stars in the sky, so you can do it for me. I'll try. And succeed! After a few well-placed cuts, the parasite's meaty body convulses, making the thin tendrils go soft and unable to maintain their grasp. You dislodge them one after another, and soon the parasite releases its host of its own volition. The creature twitches its appendages in its death throes and goes limp in your hands. The man's body collapses onto the snow. By the Emperor, just burn this monster already! Spare him. I'm begging you with all that is still left. Spare my friend. Now drop the parasite's body. The parasite is dead and is of no further interest. You let go, and the small body hits the ice with a sickly squelch. Long silence is interrupted by the groans of the rescued man at your feet. He's still alive. Elbrus, you're saved! You're saved! The man kneels next to the limp body, clutching the man's motionless hand with his fingertips, still warm. Take the man to the void ship. Contact the shuttle crew and give the order to transport the survivor to the void ship. I've been lay envoy. Today you've saved the lives of the damned who even in their own star an immortal one chose to rebuke. How is this not a miracle? May fortune always be as gracious to you as you've been to his lowly servants. Yay. Anyway, time to strip some Xenos bodies of everything of value.
I have learned much in my exile.
That I was done for, but the Emperor protects. Yes, he does. I am his hand.
The world is full of colors I have never seen before. I can see the agitation and fear of the servants beside me. But you, how do you manage to drown out their colors with mere words? Their dark hues dissolve immediately, and humility sets in.
I have always desired only respect, not fear. It is good to know that my efforts have not been in vain. Thank you for telling me.
Keep a sharp eye.
Motors are fully operational.
Flying Museion device emits an unnatural light. Strange forces are making it float freely in the air.
My Auspex has detected something.
A trivial task.
Frozen in a huddled pose, the corpse stares at his icy, shattered limbs in disbelief. Got some more hostiles up here. Down there. Rack. Let's just go up through the middle.
I strike without fear or hesitation.
I'll revel in this massacre.
It can post up there. Maximum height. So let's get Argenta into a good position. And make sure Cassia can see her. Abelard can post up all the way over here. Let's take fire. And Pascal over here. Protect her and then me there because my... Ah, this is your perfect
If
spot.
I must.
Do a little analyze. You cannot see the Kabbalite Blade Master, but you can see the rock. Yeah, because the Blade Master is all the way down there.
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your
Weapon
cause.
weakness.
I am not
Weapon
your
intimidation.
Xenos pet, monkey. Ancestors guide me.
And then
If it serves your
finish
cause.
things up.
I am a prey taker.
And Cassia.
I
Seem to
am a
as
navigator,
always.
not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Veil the lights. Take it down.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'll do it.
Grab that.
I refuse. Each strike is a prayer.
Is here.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Let's go ahead and
Power
pop steady
resides in the will of
superiority.
the righteous. Faith without each strike is a prayer. I'll do it.
A little bit of run and gun. Get up in a position to eliminate. Got Incubus there.
Doubt is for the weak.
Up, up, up.
This is why I was chosen.
Unleash
That
my
damage.
fury.
And Cassia, let's go and get you here. Then most everybody that's left is gonna act. The Blade Master on the way. And we got random Kabbalite Warrior over there. Well, if he has a shot. So, expose weakness, his enemies. Really could have some fun down there.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Perfect spot and intimidation.
My vow is to
Oh! Lovely. And a second weapon over there.
Dare you strike the Emperor?
I will tear your heart out for this.
Some mantling, dispatch.
Activate mode sacrifice.
And then it just misses anyway. Okay. Did I take bleeding? Blood Drinker's Staff. In combat, Seeker wielding the staff suffers bleeding. Each round is equal to... Okay. That would explain some stuff. Okay, I will be able to mark these two. Oh, damn it. Anyway. Thing. Frankly, I just kind of want to bonk him. Bonk. Oh, that's lovely. Just walk up behind him and give him a little whack on the head. All kinds
Too
of
hard
horrific
for a
shit
simple
going on.
monkey.
This last guy's equipment. I want to say that's it. Location marked by scout. Oh yeah, and then we got some loot down there. Okay, that's the, No, okay, so I haven't got up there. There's this.
Searching is my observance.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
There's a loading screen. I probably should have gone up before going down.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Doing that twice got me enough XP to level up. Nice. Okay, more willpower. Quickly. Force World, Sanctioned Psyker, Biomancer, Other. Pyromancy. Combat Medicaid. Camaraderie. Demolition Engineer. What is my intelligence compared to my demolitions? 45 versus 65. And again, not like I'm using a lot of ranged area attacks. Cover efficiency. Blade of Light. Combat Addict. At the end of their turn, Fortress Worlds gain stacks of doors stop shooting equal to half the minimal damage of the most damaging ranged weapon they use that round. Sure. Blood. Let's get you some more weapon skill. 90 toughness, though. And honestly, let's get you some... Oh, wait, I can't. training. Do not end the warrior's movements. Yeah. That is what I want. And they grant 15 dodge. Let's see, you don't really need weapon skill. What do you need? Features. Gain willpower stacks with zeal, so upgrading your willpower will be a good idea. Enough bullets for everyone. Ooh. Enough bullets for everyone would be absolutely fantastic now. What is that skill with? Agility. Which means it would scale with alacrity. Cool. And let's say more ballistic skill for you. Shoot better. Passive learning. First for combat. Reactor study. Let's go for uncanny insight. Start actually using exploits a little. Now in your case, I think intelligence would be good. Or I could round up perception. Let's round up perception. Filtering protocols, aiming protocols. Ancient Spirit Communion plays be useful. Do I want to buff Mechadendrite Push? Let's go for Uncanny Sight on him too. Start stacking exploits hard. Willpower, Fellowship, Perception. I grabbed everything Navigator related, so everything else then. Let's use the initiative. Ooh, officer and allies with voice of command deal additional damage to enemies that have not acted yet. A little encouragement. Whenever an ally starts a turn adjacent to the officer, that ally gains an additional bit of movement points. Whenever the officer's ability grants action points to an ally, the ally also gains +1 to all characteristics for every action point gained at the end of combat. That could be good. Perception below, and ballistic skill bonus. Ooh, decisive response, where the officer uses voice of command or bring it down for the first time in combat. This ability costs 1 AP less. Yes, please. Okay, first priority, up.
I sense something nearby.
Another encounter?
My success was inevitable. Blessed be the road that we take.
Yeah, gold-framed data slate. Clear the ice.
I better myself through my service.
To the spire. Okay, so there's 2 adjacent areas. Click make sure barricade. Frozen servitors, huh?
Give me the power to eradicate my enemies.
Alright, Abelard, you get up in there. Pascal can have all the fun as well. Cover's not going to mean much here. I guess Elliot can hold back a little. Argent. You have some work to do. Let's go for
As
a
the
devastating
Emperor
attack.
commands, I act.
The next one to act.
I'll do it.
Nah, it's not going to be that simple.
Faith without... Doubt is for the... You, my Emperor!
Do a
I'll
little
do
bit
it.
of wildfire to get another shot.
As the Emperor... Faith without deeds is worthless.
Top off. And then let Abelard get some work done.
done.
Defensive stance. Reckless strike.
Gray hair, sure hair. I will do my duty.
Push him away. For a little bit of extra damage.
At your beck
Endure.
and call.
Full of
Indeed.
Rockcrete. Trying to get attention on you.
Victory is imminent.
And Bulwark.
Flesh is weak, yet iron knows no pain.
That's my turn. Do some absolute work. And gun. Also remember to mark targets. Boom. Actually, one thing I can do is inflame.
Reduced to dust.
Okay. Time for a little... well, for a little slaughter. Oh. A little bit of firearm mastery. Nearly it. Can do a little bit of work.
If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Do a little analysis.
If it serves your cause.
High momentum.
And some mantling attack.
My heart sings with the thrill of battle. I deal death with my hands.
Little Death Whisper down there.
Fortune favors the swift.
Cassia, how about you go ahead and finish things off?
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
Word sermon. Pascal, pick that lock.
Operation successful.
Sky Hunter Mark II. Shielding perception, lightweight boots. More parry while wearing light armor. In his ice sculptures, the faithful continue to beg the Emperor for salvation.
I've never wondered so much before.
Let's clear this makeshift barricade and see
An
what's up.
expected result.
Box is filled with rubbish and frozen bones. Letters, decrees, and torn propaganda posters have been used as kindling. Door doesn't give. Something's blocking it from the other side. Part of a woman's face and several delicate fingers are still frozen with the cold generator. Someone shattered the rest of the body. Or its shards now crunching under your feet. Charred bones stick out from massive piles of ash. Some bear scratches may have been left by a... some bear scratches that may have been left by a blade or
need to
teeth.
find the answers.
Depending on the climate within the hive, warm or cold air is circulating within the box. Empty Promethium canisters bear a child's bloody handprints. Okay.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I think that is that. Back to the void ship. Got our scout friends. Alright, that is Sentail's Pride. Let's go bully some Drakari. Alert the Chikari have blocked some of your flagship's posts using unknown Xenos powers. Your crew will regain control of these posts in several rounds. So we got one over there. One over there. And one behind us. Appears to be the case. Get our fighters out. Let's get out. To here. Have some fun with lances. And broadsides. Starfighters win. And some leech torpedoes. Alright, first, Starfighters out. Pop new heading. And first, just warp shenanigans. And arc augury. Just in range, nice. Let's go over up here then. These guys move around. Yeah. Oh, well, there goes my escort. Farewell. for me there. Forget it's one more hidden anomaly. Before just being obliterated. Huzzah. That is that system. So now then, if I want to do Siege of Euphrates 2, there's a miracle in the Cineris. But nah. Wander off to Kranich. Without incident, and then to Modus Valancius. Let's actually make that safe. That to the Coast Epsilon. Or up to Mortis Acies. Swoop. And down to Trinitas. Visions in the dark. There's apparently rumors going on around here. But down to Furabundus. I shall make contact with the new companion. Your Lordship, we have contacted Alter Templum Calixus X-17. In accordance with your orders, the Astropathic Choir sent a message to the station about the plight of the Implantation Throne. Alter Templum responded to our overture very promptly, which in itself is extremely remarkable for cloistered servants of the Omnissiah. The Adeptus Mechanicus report that they are most grieved by the misfortune that has befallen the ancient relic, and they are prepared to dispatch to the flagship a learned man versed in the restoration of archaeotech machines. His name is Eogan Febris, and he is ready not only to personally assist the dynasty, but also to teach the ship's engine seers all the necessary rituals. In return, the Crimson Priests ask only that you visit the station and inform them of the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from Rykad Minoris. Very well, I will adjust my plans to include a visit to the Tech Priests. I will relay that you have agreed to visit the station. On we go. The station's orbit. Titria Lama, we offer our thanks to the Omnissiah for the intersection of events with a margin of error within the confidence interval. In the infinite branches of the future, this outcome will be marked as favorable. Am Titria Lama, Logis of X-17, and I appeal to the Rogue Trader for sacred knowledge. What is the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from Rykad Minoris? The reactor remains on Rykad. Negative deviation from the optimal outcome has been registered. The cumulative completeness of knowledge has been reduced. The Omnissiah mourns this loss. It's difficult to catch any intonation on Titria Lama's solemn voice, but the high exclamation that follows seems genuinely sorrowful. In gratitude for the expansion of our knowledge of archaeotech, the tech clergy of Altar Templum Calixus X-17 is prepared to perform grade 3 Benheric rites over the machine spirits of your vessel. Genitor Extremis Eogan Febris, a manipulus who has received the benediction of the motive force, will be sent to embark a ship immediately. Omnissiah's blessings. Your Lordship, if I may be so bold as to point out that this learned man possesses a rare combination of skills and is almost certainly proficient in the creation of blessed augments. This is a true boon for your flagship and you personally. Abelites that are discontented and grumble, all the more peculiar, then, that the Adeptus Mechanicus would so readily hand over one of their invaluable brethren to us. It's unlikely that such generosity is motivated solely by magnanimity. Good nature. Anyway, registering the launch of a cargo shuttle on course for our ship. Let's go to the sector Bionica to meet our new Magos Biologis. The Fat Man. Raising his hand, the tech priest snaps his hands closed. Stabs it closed, and the sparks of the motive force vanish, almost as if he has caught them in his fist. A corpulent man with a metal abdomen and bulky carapace, he hovers above the deck like a large crimson beetle. A mature face sits behind an angular black cap. For a servant of the Adeptus Mechanicus, his visage retains a surprising proportion of organic material, and is set in a dense beard of cables and pistons.
A wise man once said that a machine's spirit cannot be looked upon, and he was right. For the Omnissiah in his infinite wisdom has concealed his creation even from the gaze of his most devoted servants. But can the believer come to know the nature of a machine only through an eye of organics or steel? No. For the vapor that brings forth the scent of sacred unguents is the spirit's breath. The rumbling of joints and rods is the beating of its heart. And the motive force is the current of its blood.
His unaugmented eye closes and his mouth relaxes into a serene smile. Crossing his arms over his augmented belly, the tech priest inhales deeply of air infused with ozone and sacred unguents. The Servosco hovering nearby stares silently at the priest. Nuncius.
You are correct, Nuncius. I risk boring the rogue trader with my protracted ruminations. However, I will not allow the semantic analysis of my utterance to go unanswered. I will log your thesis for further debate. Now it is time to make my obeisance. Rogue trader, your halls are filled with sacred metal, and the ship's tech priests must be commended in observing the sacraments of augmentation. That blessed union of flesh and ferrum sanctum. Beholding this charges my galvanic coils with exultation. I, Genitor Extremis Eogun Febris, greet you and thank you for the opportunity to grace these ancient mechanisms with the gift of operation.
Confirmed. The sacrament of tech relic maintenance has been performed correctly. Protocol for exchange of sacred regalia initiated. Registering the affiliation of this blessed tech unit to the clergy of the Forge World, Stygies 8. Requesting confirmation of the unit's familiarity with the standards of the Catechism of Maintenance and Safety in effect on this vessel.
It is my pleasure to confirm the protocol for the exchange of sacred regalia and greet my brother in ministry. The vows taken in this temple are known to me, and I promise to honor them. I request a meeting with my esteemed colleague to facilitate knowledge exchange and to discuss values.
Who is this wise man who theorized on the nature of the machine spirit? I'd be interested to read his work.
Junior Lex Mechanic Karain, operator of Auxiliary Terminal 289-0 of the lower workshops of Alter Templum Calixus X-17. A pragmatist and a bureaucrat, who saw the world solely through the prism of statistics, endless parades of outflows and inflows. He had little interest in anything other than keeping track of valves and vents, but now and then he would drop pearls of wisdom such as these without even noticing it himself. I felt it was my duty to pick them up.
A compelling display of your abilities. Can you produce energy?
An excellent observation. My technical designation is manipulous. And here is the galvanic cell, the repository of the motive force. No, that will take too long. Better to give a demonstration. Observe. Questions?
Stabs a mechadendrite into the augmented arm of a nearby technomat. Power snakes along the manipulus's chrome claw into the cell. The technomat's vox stutters and rasps, and then his implant goes limp. Uncertain you've seen the effect, Eogan sends the power back into the augment, and it returns to life. Intriguing! So your galvanic cell not only stores energy, but also redistributes it wherever you direct it. And you power it, seemingly, by drawing energy from other sources.
Correct! Entirely correct! How rarely do I meet such astute interlocutors among the laity. I respectfully initiate a request for an audience. I must discover what other gems of knowledge are hiding within your rich mind.
The manipulus's eyes light up. There's no hint of sarcasm or condescension in his praise. Eogan is genuinely pleased, like proud mentor commending a student on their insight. Genitor Extremus, what does that mean?
It is my creed, the incontrovertible fact that has defined my existence for as long as I can recall, and I recall a great deal. I have devoted myself to the mysteries of flesh and metal, to the processes by which one joins with the other, by which they live in union, and how they die. I am intimately familiar with machines, such as the one that I restored to life. I will school the members of the priesthood on board in its litanies of maintenance and operation, and reveal the secrets of the command rooms so they may operate it themselves. The sacrament of Ferrum Sanctum will be made available to you and your retinue. That, too, is an incontrovertible fact.
The spherical torso rolls forward again in a deferential bow. Now you speak to your servo skull.
Nuncius is my dearest colleague. His eagerness, inquisitive mind, and ability to view a problem from a variety of angles are invaluable to our research. He is also rather loquacious himself.
Nuncius does not make a sound, directing his visor somewhere past you.
Registering a violation. The tech unit Nuncius is ignoring a request for engagement, recommending that the unit's labor be allocated to repair tasks.
Declined with gratitude and due reverence. The tech unit Nuncius is designated as a personal instrument of the quest for the divine, which confers the privilege of privacy. That includes privacy from intrusion by entities of equal standing.
Status confirmed. Rejection of request acknowledged as valid.
A servo skull? As your colleague? Right. Well then, I'll take a data slate for my adjutant.
I see no colors coming from Nuncius. Is treating servo skulls like living beings some kind of sacred practice among the tech priests?
But surely it does not answer you. How truly peculiar.
Address the servo skull. Nuncius, I welcome you on board my vessel. If the servo skull has heard you, it makes no sign of it.
Amazing sincerity, Nuncius. It is gratifying to see that you have not lost your sense of tact over the years.
What did he say?
I fear my rendering will lack the sophistication inherent in Nuncius's lingua technis, but to crudely summarize, he is honored by your attention and records the moment as significant.
Thank you for your help, Eogan. Where will you go next?
Your thanks are accepted, but my service is not yet at an end.
Oh?
The clergy of the Alter Templum Calixtus X-17 cloister, in gratitude for the tidings of the sacred Archaeotech, request that you be attended by Magos Aeogon Febris and the unit Nuncius. I seek your leave to employ our skills and knowledge for the benefit of the Von Valancius dynasty, including but not limited to tending to the machine spirits of the Sector Bionica and conducting experiments in the name of knowledge. In other words, allow Nuncius and I to remain on the ship and accompany you. We are well versed in augmetics, genetics, alchemy, the anatomy of humans, and abominable xenos alike, and the mysteries of the motive force and of sacred engineering. These fields of knowledge may also be employed to eliminate units whose views are not conducive to productive debate.
Why do you wish to do this?
It is my sacred duty to stand vigil to ensure the faithful operation of the technology I restored. Beyond that, Alter Templum Calixtus X-17 is an enclosed community. Many wisdoms can be found within its walls, but I seem to have exhausted their supply. Theory lays the foundation for exploration, but only practice can open the gates of knowledge. Nuncius and I have always been practitioners, first and foremost.
And what will happen to the implantation throne if I turn you away? They'll probably still continue working. Welcome aboard again.
Skepticism is undeniably one of the instruments of knowledge, dearest colleague. It guards us against many heresies, preventing ego and vanity from clouding reason on the path of service. But as you see, Nuncius, it is not justified in every circumstance. Rogue Trader, Nuncius states that you are a person of rare perspicacity and prudence. I record this as an incontrovertible fact, and thank you for your hospitality. But of course, I did not come empty-handed. I would like to present you with this augment. Now that the machine spirit of the implantation throne is awake, I can bestow its blessing upon you or one of your retinue, should the Rogue Trader will it.
Medic Assault Grapple, Arc Warrior, Sinistral Insertion. The user gains Force Couple enemy and ally abilities. Force Couple enemy allows the user to attack the target enemy with a melee weapon if they have one equipped after the pull. Deal 1 impact damage to an enemy within 2 agility bonus over plus 1/3 of your agility bonus cells. Pulls that enemy to them. If they're larger, the user is pulled to the enemy instead. If the user has a melee weapon equipped, they may attack the enemy at the expense of 10% weapon skill. Not sure what to do with them. I have to look at what he can do. So you're supposed to meet him around level 15, huh? And I've only got the 2. Actually, I think I know where I might be able to get some. I'm sure the tech priests have, let's go to the bridge. Should be a whole bunch waiting with the vendors. Hey, Danrock. I must locate. Oh yeah, I must locate someone named Nakia Erebus. Find any whatever information you can. Erebus. The clan name is familiar. If I may ask your lordship to give me a little time, the flagship's archives being vast as they are, I will spare no effort in finding Naki of Erebus as soon as possible. He pokes a triumphant finger at the dead slate. I found them, your lordship. The Erebus family are a lesser Voidborn clan. They served in the boarding teams for many generations, spilling blood in the name of the dynasty. In the service of her ladyship Theodora, Erebus has displayed impeccable heroism on several occasions. Unfortunately, the clan was all but wiped out 2 decades ago during a confrontation with the enemies of humanity. For their valor and sacrifice, Lady Theodora granted the surviving members of the clan noble estate privileges and the right to settle on the capital world. It's not common for the Voidborn to settle on a planet. Gravity is merciless to them, but that does not mean they are incapable of adapting to it. Living on the capital world is a reward worth putting in the effort for. What about Naki? Appears in the reports, at least a dozen different women born over several centuries, but there's no data on any living person with that name. The head of the Erebus family will have more information about the past 2 decades of the clan's history on Dargonis. To Dargonis, then! Oh, and I can just go to the Sector Bionica from here. Okay. Anyway, we're shipping transportation of some melted bomb mortar. Or chaotic macro battery. Yeah. Oh, I should probably see if I can't get up to 14. Alright, type. I just need 5,000 more. Can I even get there with what I have? Sure. Oh well. Fellowship of the Void. Aha! They have a bunch of stuff. And I don't think it's going to take much to get them up. They're pretty low. So I'll take what they have. So, Cerebral Inverter. User's damage, weapon damage is calculated using their intelligence or strength, ballistic skill instead of weapon skill if those characteristics are higher, at the expense of toughness. Chemist, Combat Infuser, Mark Soldier. The user attacks with a weapon in this hand and inflict plus 5 levels of toxin and toxin saturation. If this creature dies, it explodes, dealing toxic damage to all creatures within 3 cells. And toxin scales with character level. Logis Analyzer. Whenever the target dodges the user's weapon attack, their next attack against that target gains plus Ferrum Sanctum stacks over 2 more base damage and cannot be dodged at the expense of willpower. Now, whenever the user grants an ally an extra turn, that ally also gets this effect. Ogre and Grip, Mark 1, right. The user can equip 2-handed melee weapons in this hand, but they deal 15% less damage and can only perform basic attacks with the 2-handed weapons. They also suffer trauma, reducing maximum hit chance by 5%. So got Swashbuckler Cloak. Whenever the wearer has 2 melee weapons equipped, they have plus 10 weapon skill and improved critical damage. Archmilitan's Boots. It's not really going to matter too much. Skull Crushers. I can immediately put that in the cargo because it's heretical. Cosmological Mission. You also have some stuff. Monocular Ballistic Calculation. For what? For everything? Tactical Analyzer. And explorators definitely have a bunch of stuff. Transonic cannon. This cannon grants again the transonic wave ability, and it does not count against the attack limit per turn. It's going to be dexterous insertion, cannot suffer a crippled right arm. Touch of the Omnicide. All targets hit by an arc rifle, magnum rail blast, or transonic wave suffer a penalty dodge and parry until the end of combat. Carapace. Single melee attacks cause chain lightning, dealing shock damage with penetration up to 0 deflection targets. Target's armor cannot be more than 30 and their deflection no more than 3. Charge collector, modified magnum rail, lance, dexterous, dextral. High holy power armor. Suffers more than much blast of energy. Just better to start this thingamajig. Let's give you Visor of Inevitable Retribution. Adrenaline Injector drops immediately contemporary wounds, missing wounds, modified creature's armor. Medium gets +7 temporary wounds for each of their allies at full wounds at the start of the turn. It rocks Hallowed Kinetic Force Conduit. Sector's Visor. Smiter, Homicide's Providence. Elder Flow. Let's see, first attack during the first round of combat is free. Oh, that's can only be equipped by Eldari. Whenever the wearer attacks an enemy and it triggers an exploit with that attack, the triggered effect is calculated as if the enemy had an additional mode of force storage. If worn by an overseer, you can use overcharge multiplies per combat, below once per round. Shot ignores cover and has reduced better dodge reduction. Just heavy stubber. Anyway, let's just go and pick up everything available. And then move on to the Drusians, who also have some stuff. Psi Focus. Notes on weaknesses. Armor subdermal compensator. All that stuff too. Then time for Augmetics. Lord Captain has never had implants as high grade as the newly acquired ones at his disposal. To understand the intricacies of their installation, an expert must be consulted. Okay, let's go talk to him then. I'm actually tempted to pop in a different rifle. Diptus Arbitus Foe Hammer. Shotgun, autogun. The Ripper. Implacable Tempest. Maybe a lasgun wouldn't be that bad. Although I say that, and the deadly repeater I was using is a lasgun. More chance to hit. Gain one more attack action after a kill. The Roar. Roundly's, horse. So, Implacable Tempest. Basically gains double damage against highly armored enemies. Deadly Repeater is still just good. It's got a low rate of fire. Yeah, stick with that for now. Anyway. Go talk to our guy. Sector Bionica. Go play with some Bionicles, yes. Oh, there's some more goods.
Executing request.
Hello, Genitor. Oh, what do you think of our new equipment, Ferens? The dry hiss that normally comes from Genitor's Vox suddenly becomes higher, registering an unprecedented increase in the functional efficiency of the machine spirits. Rivers of sacred unguents awash over their iron flesh, and the mechanisms sing the praises of the Omnissiah. Bless the decision that led to this miracle of rebirth. I have an augment that cannot be installed on the implantation throne. What should I do about it? Scanning. Analysis shows the sacred machine of the implantation throne lacks the binary litanies required to handle the highest grade of augmetics. In order to increase its performance, it is necessary to retrieve the litanies stored on the parent device. Tell me about Sector Bionica. The Sector Bionica performs the repair and installation of sacred augmetics for those who demonstrate the most efficient service to the ship. What does the Genitor Majoris do? Those bearing the rank of Genitor bestow blessings on the installation, consecration, and maintenance of the augments, thus drawing the feeble bodies of humanity closer to maximum efficiency, pleasing to the Omnissiah. You work in tandem with the vivisector, don't you? I deem the results of your scan to be accurate. The vivisector performs the functions of preparing the carrier for installation of the maximum efficiency configuration. Who makes the final decisions during procedures? The opinion of the vivisector life form carries the most weight. The request for a review of the chain of command has not been granted. I want to know more about you. Given your inability to conduct a scan, I'll respond to a limited set of inquiries. How did you come to serve here? And maximize the efficiency of the life form serving within the sacred manufactorum of Kiava Gamma. By the blessing of the Omnissiah, I ascended to Genitor rank and was deployed to this flagship. My proficiency in installing augmetics was appraised as exceptional by the previous rogue trader. Are the tech priests of the Omnissiah ever allowed to work with living flesh? I thought you hold it in contempt. Flesh is weak, but its efficiency can be improved with blessed metal. According to the directives of the Omnissiah, pivotal life forms, like pivotal mechanisms, must withstand maximum stress and produce the best results. My duty lies in improving them. You and Martinax don't get along. Scanning. Response affirmative. The vivisector life form regrettably ignores the sacred requirements of efficiency in the service of the Omnissiah, attributing it to rudimentary experiences. Let's talk about something else, and I'll take my leave. So basically, if I want to have the best stuff in my body, let's see, Vivisector Martinax. A tall wisp of a man hurriedly turns towards you. He is wearing an apron covered with dark splotches, and his thin arms are sheathed up to the elbows in medical gloves. Your lordship, I apologize for my appearance. The medical officer bows low. My name is Jose Martinax, and I serve as Vivisector in the Sector Biotica. It is an untold honor to welcome you to our deck. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude for permitting me to use a cortical implant on the injured man. Thanks to your mercy, one more person has been able to continue his service to the God Emperor. The Vivisector makes the sign of the Aquila with his hands and bows to you again, even more deeply than before. What do you think of our new equipment? The Vivisector's eyes shine with excitement. It's incredible, Lord Captain. The lighting, the instrumentation, servants of the Altar Templum have awakened every sacred machine, granted us incense mixtures to dull pain. We will have fewer deaths from shock. All procedures can be completed in less time. Our work will advance to a new, unprecedented level. This is the best thing that's happened to the Sector Bionica in many decades. Tell me about it. The Sector Bionica is a special part of the Medicaid facility where we deploy augmetics and implants to give life back to those who have been irreparably injured. We replace lost organs with consecrated technologies and offer the maimed the chance to serve the God Emperor once more. The sector's assistants and Medicaid officers report to me, while its tech priests report to Genitor Ferens. Few vessels can boast a Medicaid concilium of such quality. What does a Vivisector do? My primary task is to heal the flesh, Lord Captain. I oversee the processes involved in the workings of the body, and in the case of augmetics, how well they are joined to the flesh. You might say I make sure that the metal sacred to the Omnissiah becomes a true extension of the living body. The chirurgeon raises his chin proudly. You work in tandem with the Genitor, don't you? That's right. Ferens is in the business of coaxing machine spirits with the most sophisticated augments. His face twists into a strange expression. It makes the final decisions during procedures. I'm in charge of the Sector Bionica. I do not mean to belittle the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus in general, certainly not Ferens in particular, but they have much to learn from the Officio Medicae when it comes to healing. Martinax's voice sounds undeniably smug. Tell me more about yourself. I'm delighted to have earned your attention, gracious Lord Captain. What exactly do you wish to know? How did you come to serve on the flagship? How did you become a Vivisector? I come from a noble line on Janus. Family legend has it that my ancestors knew the secret of the planet's terraforming technology. I, on the other hand, have chosen the path that allows me to transform the person, rather than the planet. Advanced terraforming, in a way. Augmentation makes humanity stronger than any phenomenon in nature. Isn't that what the God Emperor wants us to be? Why did the tech priests permit you to work alongside them? Augmetics are their preserve, are they not? That is your observation, Lord Captain. I'm proud to tell you that I had the honor of serving alongside members of the Adeptus Mechanicus back on my home planet. Among the tech priests of Janus, there are entire divisions headed by Genitors. The knowledge of the Officio Medicae was essential during more complicated procedures, for the sacred remit of the Genitors does not include tending to patients' mortal bodies. And that is when an experienced Medicae must be brought into the ritual. On this, we found some common ground. I must stress that the esteemed generators do not permit me direct access to the machines, since none but they themselves are versed in the mysteries of operating them. My purview is limited to the organic aspect. You and Farrens don't get along. For a second, Martin acts as impenetrably friendly tone cracks, and he sighs waspishly. Yes, Lord Captain. Sometimes we seriously disagree. Farrens believes that replacing flesh with iron and receiving the bliss of the Omnissiah is the privilege of the few. I, on the other hand, make no distinction between servants of the God Emperor. Every faithful soul deserves a chance to continue working for the glory of humanity. I'm afraid it's not always easy for Farrens. And I to find a compromise. Talk about something else. I must take my leave. Okay, so before we do this again, let's go talk to the people in the cloister. Like, hi, can you upgrade my ship further? Before I really take a look at what augmetics are available. Priesthood customarily have no desire to communicate. Tell them I require their services. The implantation throne. I seek their counsel and assistance with equipment in the Sector Bionica. Done awaiting response. Has broken Vox silence. And Tetralemma wishes to speak with me. Omnissiah's blessings rejoice. There's no randomness in the probabilities that brought you here, for I am conveying to you a proposal for lucrative cooperation. Pact TR3. In view of your past deeds, the clergy of this station are disposed to perform Benheric rites of the 4th grade of the machine spirits of your vessel. Terms will be specified further. The esteemed tech priest could offer their assistance without terms. You detect the wounded tone beneath Abelard's grumbling. For several cycles, Prometheum extraction station Turquoise 4 has been late in its shipments for Alter Templum's sacred rites. The action required in exchange for our services is this. You will undertake to cast your gaze towards the station and compel it to open its Vox channels. Communication with one of the drilling platforms that extract Prometheum for Alter Templum has been disrupted, and the shipments have stopped. It seems... Yeah. Very well. I will discover what has taken place at the station. Alright. Oh, and I can just access augmentations from here. Requires improved implantation throw. There's some stuff that I just can't equip. Phase Oscillator can move through enemies. Each creature on their path suffers 15 impact damage with Armor Pen. Seneschal's Monocular. 15% more damage for each ally still in combat within a 3-cell radius around him, but he deals 10% less damage if at the start of his turn there are no ally characters in his line of sight. Place overpenetration with Ricochet, but cannot make burst attacks. When activated, weapon attacks overpenetration instead have the same chance to ricochet. On ricochet, damage is dealt to a random creature or object within a small radius around the initial target. This damage is often reduced. The user has moved this turn. For every 10 points of their perception bonus, when tactical simulacrum appears in a random cell adjacent to them, they have 1 wound. Okay, so this is other stuff. Decoys. Teamwork, which gives cooperative advantage. Damage dealt by this character is increased by 1% per iconoclast rank, and all the characteristics are increased by 2 per iconoclast rank, up to 6. Galvanic Carapace. Armor cannot be more than 90%. Deflection no more than 9. Single melee attacks cause chain lightning. I don't see why not to use that. Neural system graft. It's the hand of the righteous. Attacks with weapons in this hand, being right hand. Deals 3 damage with armor penetration to all the creatures adjacent to the creature, and 2 times more damage from the effect to the user. Nah. Let's see, Revitalizer. Officer, Assault Grapple, Warrior. Didn't they have a thing that... Yeah, there it is, Ogren Grip. And they only suffer the... So they can only do basic attacks, I think that's fine. Anything I want to do for a Sinistral? Just weapon skill. Let's see. Users' base partial cover efficiency is equal to their base full cover efficiency. While not in cover, they gain reduced dodge and parry. I do not want to lose parry. Do you want the Galvanic Carapace? And I don't think I want him to have any of the cortical stuff. Key below an insertion, set movement. Galvanize the link. Oh, I can have like one galvanized, okay. For myself. So I feel like that would be good for Argenta. Righteous. Penance brand. Dogmatic rank minus number or times number of penance brand stacks. Then again, do I even need to augment her? She's already damn good. Ah, it already has analytic system and vertebral. Okay. I think that'll be good for you. Significantly less parry. I think I do want the cerebral inverter. Cannot make burst attacks. I'm not sure how the arm augmetics would work. This brand could work. Actually, wait, couldn't that work for me? It's like I could sacrifice my... ballistics to do a little bit of support. Nah. I think that's about as far as I'm willing to go. I don't really like any of the musculoskeletal insertions. Actually, this would be good. Whenever a shot hits cover instead of the wearer, the attacker gains 3 stacks of exploit, and while not in cover, the wearer gains 4 times their movement point percent cover efficiency as if they were in cover. But they can't dodge or parry. You can't dodge or parry as effectively as well. I guess I could also make you... Museion is in a 3-cell radius around the user, except themselves are affected by galvanic radiance. I think I'd rather go for either Hand of the Righteous. Chemist Infuser. No, let's go for the Chemist Infuser. Make you all spiky. Not really doing any over penetration. Yeah, sure. As far as somatic, nothing I really care about. I suppose I can... No, I think that increases, like, risks or something. Oh, that's if it's galvanized. That should do good. Okay, so we need to go do a thing for tech priests. Industrial sabotage. And now we need to go to Dargonas to meet the Erebus family and see what's going on up there. You know, I should probably wait on that. Alright, rat hunting. I mean, I guess we're in Footfall, so I could do some stuff up here, but... Dargonas. I would like to get side content done first. Trinitas, and then up to... There's also something at Soto's tomb. Let's see what's going on over there. Unidentified Imperial Void ship. Upon your approach, the Scarlet Pursuer sends out a hearty greeting. Captain Demir Shanhi. Shanhi wishes you good health and all that. Share information on Burning Worlds, getting these Saboteur's gloves, Jakari equipment. And there they go. Scan this oversized. The deepest tunnels. The gigantic asteroid's surface is densely sown with craters and pits leading into deep caves. Augurs indicate that the asteroid consists of layers characterized by strange heterogeneity. By being different. There's a high probability of finding valuable resources inside the stone. That can be extracted by sending an exploration team deep into the tangled tunnels. Send an exploration team with a drilling asteroid apparatus. With the help of the massive drill, the exploration team penetrates into the cavernous depths. They report their auspices have detected meager reserves of a substance used in the synthesis of plasteel in the rocks. Their excavation will take time and significant effort. Plasteel is an important resource. Important opportunity to acquire some should not be disregarded. We gained some plasteel. The equipment struggles with the unexpected hardness of the rock, but after 3 watches, the squad manages to set up enough mobile extractiums to gather the coveted material. The noise and vibration caused by the instruments have disturbed strange currents inside the asteroid. A transparent, viscous substance streams down from the porous walls of the caverns, slowly filling the caves. Squad's auspices raise the alarm. A prolonged stay in these tunnels will undoubtedly result in the toxic liquid destroying the gear and equipment. Despite this, the explorers suggest blocking the livelier streams in order to leave them with enough time to fill several canisters with this strange substance. Later, the Magi alchemists will no doubt be able to synthesize many useful chemicals from it. No need for haste. The explorers are to gather as much of the material as possible and transfer the find to the Magi alchemists for further processing. Long hours are spent carefully preparing for the collection of the material and mapping the caves in this part of the asteroid. Carefully absorbing the flow of strange liquid, the squad succeeds in gathering several canisters of the substance while preventing any floods. While some soldiers return to carry the prize back to the surface, the rest continue moving towards the asteroid's heart. Let's see. The explorers eventually reach the dry, surprisingly large caverns. A minute of respite is interrupted by a terrifying scream. The squad is under attack. The tunnel's arches collapse, turning into nightmarish monsters resembling both worms and spiders. The beasts rush forward, yearning to tear apart the intruders who disturb their rest. Engage them! The gigantic horrors attack relentlessly. Powerful mandibles turning soldiers' bodies into a bloody paste, but nothing can withstand the purifying light of flamers. Intrigued by the encounter with the new xenoforms, the explorers notice that their tough carapaces conceal meat, both extraordinarily nutritious and surprisingly tasty. Without a doubt, future hunts for these creatures could feed a significant number of people. The endless caverns lead the explorers to the very center of the asteroid, where they are met with a yawning cavity of unimaginable size. The giant rock turns out to be housing the curved, shapeless buildings of an unknown xeno-race. Fragile, built as if out of sand. An intriguing find awaits the squad in the long-dead city. Uncountable quantities of ugly totems made from crystal phlogiston are built into the walls of the most twisted buildings. Collect it. With each crystal effortlessly removed from dilapidated sand walls, entire blocks of the city collapse. It doesn't take long for the cavity inside the asteroid to fill with thick, dusty fog. Further recovery of the phlogiston from the crumbling ruin will take more time. Anyway, let's go pop up. Oh, yeah, I had some more ship equipment. Which management, yes. Type descending. High speed, reduced maneuverability, low acceleration, braking. You prefer the strong acceleration and braking. Ooh. Yes. Void ship tech chains. And now I face the difficult Then again, it's... longer range mortar. Yes. Okay. No. Okay, flak ammo arsenal upgrade. Titan forward lance. So, short range. I'm not sure how much better that is. Okay, so dual module macro cannon battery. Better, but short range. Long range plasma macro cannons. 3 shots at 33 damage per shot. This is better than what I got. Oh, I guess I got a second one at some point. Range, 4 shots at 21. Short range. That guy, has to be kinetics. Mortar might affect it. Prow stuff is all over the place. No, I think I will swap back to the Mars pattern prow battery. As great as the lance is, I like shooting lots of shots. Anyway, on to Evorus, or Aviorus. Lord Captain, following the rites of healing performed by the esteemed Manipulus Febris, using the implantation thrown on the Sector Bionica, the machine spirits dwelling within the relic revealed something extraordinary to us. Upon awakening, the sacred Archaeotech brought several more machines back to wakefulness. After performing the diagnostic rituals, the tech priest discovered a secret door behind one of the devices. It was inscribed with an ancient Von Valancius coat of arms. As soon as the tech priest tried to enter, a genetic guardian blocked the way. He refuses to open the door for anyone but rogue trader Siberian von Valancius or his heir. I'll check the door and guardian immediately. Let's go go see what's up. Oh, right, I need to adjust, his equipment, so he has a two-handed sword on hand. Because he can equip one. Oh, let's see here. Type in ascending order. Power Claymore. Can only use the basic strikes as the drawbacks. Rated for bleed 22 to 33. Additional Gin Blade. Start his chainsword. You do I have anything better for you? Griffith's Bane. Oh, actually, that would be absolutely fantastic for Evelyn. Excuse me while I take that from you. Because 22 to 33, and now it's 30 to 41. Hell yeah. And I'll put something else in your hands. Hand of Xenocide. 16 to 24. 19 to 30. I mean, I guess I could give you like a heavy rock saw or something. For the laughs. Drilling strike. An opening is created. Doesn't do as much damage. But it's also really expensive to use. Which won't do. Higher base damage. It's just straight up Thunderhammer. And better arc rifle. So that does work. Plasma. I think the arc rifle Mindstorm is still the best one I've got. Yeah. Don't think I have any slots to fill. Actually, can you even use... Yeah, you can use medical stuff. Cool. Large medikit. .42. Bleeding, burning, and toxin. That did give you the healing thingamajig. Let's give you some variety. Battle stimulator. Large medikit.
I wander through the stars.
The High Factotum, Origin Martinax, and Genitor Ferens are already awaiting for you by the mysterious door. The wall behind them looks perfectly flat, only the metal coat of arms gleaming in the lumen light and the steady glow in the genetic guardian's impassive lenses reveals that one of the dynasty's secrets lies behind this wall. Warden, The Guardian secret room looks far less menacing than the gargoyle that guards the entrance to the warrant chamber. This is just a recess in the wall, framed in metal, with an analyzer needle inside and a small vid screen beside it. Lines of mechanically indifferent text appear on the screen. Access is forbidden. Entry is authorized only for Siberian von Valancius or his direct descendants. Examine the coat of arms on the wall. The heraldic symbols cast in noble bronze are undoubtedly from the von Valancius dynasty. Only certain details draw your eye. Some elements of the ornamentation in the archaic script indicate that the coat of arms, as well as the wall itself, is several centuries old. Place your hand in the recess. The analyzer pierces your hand, wriggling repulsively beneath your skin. A split second later, the color of the Genetic Guardian's vid screen changes to a welcoming green. Identification passed. Welcome, member of the von Valancius dynasty. Tremor passes through the wall, accompanied by the deep groan of ancient locks releasing. Vivisector's Martinax's pupils dilate. He takes a wiry step forward and freezes. Incredible. Generations of chirurgeons have toiled away here and were utterly unaware. Farron's lets out a shocked exclamation in linguotechnus, which shifts to a sharp binaric screech. Then, embarrassed by his outburst, the tech priest bashfully steps aside, respectfully making way for you. Be careful, Lord Captain. Abelard narrows his eyes at the outline of the coat of arms, his brows furrowed stubbornly. Dynastic secrets can be more than a little dangerous. It is my duty as seneschal to escort you inside. But of course. The door slides to one side with a metallic thud. Still air rushes out of the hidden room, carrying with it particles of centuries-old dust. Oh. No resemblance to the Sector Bionica. It feels more like someone's private study. Therefore, some manner of records must be hidden here. A half-length portrait hangs on one of the room's walls. Perhaps the figure depicted will shed light on the room's owner. A figure in grand attire stares down at you from the portrait with an air of regal superiority. The insignia blushing his lavish coat leaves no room for doubt. This is a rogue trader of bygone days. His right hand rests on the hilt of an exquisite blade, and his roguish half-smile radiates a majestic condescension. The plaque reads, Siberian von Valancius Massimo af Coronas, rogue trader of the Imperium and guiding light of his dynasty. Study the details of the portrait. It's hard to argue with the simple truth. The subject of the portrait was an extremely good-looking individual. Not one of his meticulously painted scars, which the eruption bore like medals of military valor, could spoil his noble beauty. Look closely at the face. Chiseled features, dark brows, and a gaze full of inner strength. You also notice the finely worked furrows of stubbornness on his forehead and at the corners of his mouth. They just strove to capture the complex character of a strong-willed man and seems to have done a superlative job. With sudden clarity, you realize the image has been significantly embellished. What you have before you is a ceremonial portrait intended to cast its subject in the most favorable light possible. Either that, or the artist whose brush produced this work truly did see your ancestor as some kind of idol. Cassia studies the canvas thoughtfully, barely touching the scrollwork of the heavy frame with her slender fingers. The work of a skilled and undoubtedly talented painter, Lord Captain. The execution is so exquisite that glimpses of the model's own emotions flicker before my gaze, as if the master has captured not only the man's likeness upon the canvas, but his very soul. You cut a fine figure. Portrait remains silent, perhaps because, despite the vividness of the person depicted, it's only an object that's been hanging on this wall for centuries. Examine the weapon in the portrait. There can be no doubt about the weapon's origins. The sword depicted by this unknown artist's brush was not forged by human hands. The fluid curves, the exceptional luster of the blade, and the gem at the hilt show the weapon is to be the work of an Eldari artisan. The blade is also unusual for the runes engraved along its length. They are most ancient indeed. The inscription is in the Eldari language, recounting the legend of an unholy god of war revered by the Xenos. Argenta shakes her head in disapproval. Memory is the force that drives humanity and inspires us to deeds worthy of our ancestors. Details are eroded by time, leaving only the essences crystallized within relics and images. We should preserve only that which fortifies us upon his path. The rest must be consigned to oblivion. Unfortunately, this portion of your legacy belongs to the latter. Study the background of the painting. Your eye is drawn to the head of the predatory creature behind the man. Its beastly face, distorted in mortal rage, is vaguely familiar, and its gaze, too intelligent for a dead thing, is fixed on something very specific outside the painting. Turn your attention to something else. I will not dishonor the glorious name of the Von Valancius dynasty, I swear it. Though you speak the truth, begin to think the man in the portrait is looking back at you with faith in his eyes. And step away from him. The chair, luxuriously upholstered in natural velvet, is clearly the work of a highly skilled craftsman. It's obvious at a glance that it is worth a fortune. Pascal, pick that lock.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Hydraulic booster. Gain jump maneuverability upon landing. There's a 5 times Ferrum Sanctum chance, up to a maximum of 100, that the user falls prone and deals 5 times Ferrum Sanctum stacks shock damage to 10 times to all adjacent creatures. Okay. Despite the stale air in the small chamber, the richly jeweled display case looks as if it's been meticulously maintained all this time. There's not a single mote of dust in the clear, gleaming glass. There's a tattered diary there.
Whatever you wish.
Watch your steps.
And some hidden goods. A relic augment. The user attacks with a weapon in this hand and inflict a +6 toxin and toxin saturation effect. The cover of the book is coated with a thick layer of dust. The sprayed edges have warped and are marred with decay. Writing implements lie in disarray. An auto quill, an ornately shaped inkwell, and a paper weight, as if the diarist had made the last entry before leaving their secret study in haste. Dust off the cover. The sturdy, well-crafted leather, with expensive embossing, has hardly faded with the effects of time. The Von Valancius coat of arms stamped on it is embellished with large gems. The book is covered in many scratches and scuffs, as if the book has survived more than a few adventures. At the bottom of the cover, the name Siberian Von Valancius is written in florid script. It appears to be a personal diary. The first few pages are filled with cramped writing, along with blots, crossings out, and sweeping underlines that reveal the owner's passionate nature. The ink is as faded and decayed as the pages themselves, the thin parchment crumbling to dust at any careless touch. Leaf through the middle. All I can be certain of is that the portion of my designs that most of my retinue would consider overly bold will not leave the confines of this chamber. It is rather amusing that this personal laboratory has ultimately become a secret sanctuary to whose walls I can tell most of my ideas and research. At times, I sense the esteemed Exalt 117 is entirely aware of its existence, but the Archmagos has always possessed the rare combination of human qualities. A sense of tact coupled with the ability to keep others' secrets. The stream of thought is cut short, and the next page of the diary has been ripped out. As for the last entry, the siege is over, but it takes more than a single battle won to snuff the flames of war. They're showering me with artless praise, they're lauding me as the savior of the dynasty, and yet I cannot shake the thought that it may be my hand that signed its death warrant. What if the artifact in front of me now is not enough? Yet the place where I found this relic may hold still more. The God Emperor willing, I shall find them. No one must know about the cluster I discovered. No one must interfere in my search. I will order Ambrosio not to record the warp routes in the archives of his esteemed house. And should I fail, then perhaps my descendants might finish what I started. The dynasty's private cogitator on Dargonus seems ancient and loyal enough for me to entrust it with the coordinates. The access identifier is Laria. This will open the secret areas of the Machine Spirit's memory. I hope I will be the one to read this. I hope I will be the one who reads this journal upon my return, and I hope I will destroy this evidence of my inexcusable faintness of heart. The remaining pages of the diary are utterly untouched. Perhaps the cogitator in the Palace of Dargonus, mentioned in the last entry, can tell you more about this mysterious Siberian Von Valancius and his life's journey. Generous wipes the sweat from his brow and sits to drying his fleshy hand with a silk handkerchief. Your lordship, has your search been successful? Have you learned anything about the fate of the mysterious Siberian? I found a portrait of a nobleman holding an unusual sword on one of the walls. I give you the notion that the blade was suspected of more than a ceremonial weapon, your lordship. An elderly blade, and an ancient one at that. A Xenos relic without a doubt. The high factotum pales slightly and looks away. I see. That is a strong indicator that the blade's wielder was a most distinguished individual. Even among rogue traders, not everyone can afford to possess such an item. It must be a genuine portrait of Siberian. The fellow in the enough about the blade. After his thorough search, I found a handwritten diary signed by Siberian von Valancius. That's something. One can learn a great deal. About an individual from their personal writings. That is, of course, assuming he was sufficiently truthful in his account. What did the diary entries tell you, Lord Captain? The secret chamber was his sanctuary and laboratory. I believe that Siberian was overly interested in radical ideas. That explains a great many things, in particular the fact that no mentions of him survive in the official histories. A tense furrow forms on Generous's brow. I suppose there must be something dark and nefarious behind all of this, far more than we can even guess. Final entry tells of a siege of Dargonis, but such a historical event is not in the chronicles. The factotum takes to absent-mindedly twirling the autoquill in his hand. Let me think. That is strange indeed. I've studied the history of the dynasty in enough detail to recall all the major battles of the last millennium. None took place on the capital world. I found reference to a certain cogitator in the Palace of Dargonis, as well as a data key that grants access to its archives. Wonderful. You should definitely go to Dargonis and convey that code to the cogitator's machine spirit. Nothing more survived in the records. Thank you for your information, your lordship. That is everything I've managed to discover. Your thoughts? Your lordship, I imagine that Siberian was a man of remarkable talents and extraordinary destiny. I regret I was fated to never see him in the flesh. Life form Jennifer Ferrens is extremely disturbed by the discovered addition to the genealogical tree of the von Valancius dynasty. I request permission to make the appropriate changes to the Sector Bionica archives. It seems that Siberian von Valancius was indeed the one erased from the official chronicles. I wonder what deed prompted such a step. I do hope that, when the machine spirit and the ancient cogitator on Dargonis sheds light on this mystery, we will not have to consign what we learn to oblivion as well, Lord Captain. I think that's it.
So shall it be.
Let's go back to the bridge. So, the relic augmentation. Together with level. Toxic saturation lowers ballistic skills, so that would be good for, like, Cabela. Are you unable to make burst attacks? Just not sure that's worthwhile. soon as I can get that improved implantation thrown, I'm going to be throwing... See, that's somatic... Oh! That's somatic insertion, so that's not going to overwrite any of his stuff. I'll give him a 40% chance to inflict a random common negative effect around whatever he uses his archive. Nope. Be 30% or 15% chance to fall prone. Or in my case, 0. Or I guess it'll be 5 once I get that installed. I think that will be good for today. Gotten started on some of the stuff from the new DLC. I really hope I wake up at a proper time tomorrow. Farewell.